Okay, and we are live and recording.
Good evening. I now call the February 9th, 2021 remote meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. All board members are participating by simultaneous communication. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? And you're muted.
Board members, as I call your name, please say present. Board member Rhonda Cheek.
Present.
Board member Dr. Ruby Jones.
You're muted.
Present.
Board member Carol Sawyer.
Present.
Board member Margaret Marshall.
Present.
Board member Sean Strain.
Present.
Board member Lenora Shipp.
Present.
Board member Jennifer De La Hara.
Present.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Byers-Bailey.
Present.
Board Chair Elise Dashew.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum with 9 members present.
Okay, thank you. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Thelma Byers-Bailey, a second from Jennifer De La Hara. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and say yes.
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 Any opposed? Madam Clerk, the agenda is adopted by a unanimous vote of 9-0. Now it is my pleasure to turn to Board Member Rhonda Cheek to introduce tonight's pledge leader.
And this is my huge honor, really. I'm just the messenger of some amazing news. Our pledge leader today is Yaretsi Martinez. She is an 8th grader at Coolwood STEM Academy. She has made such a great impression since coming to Coolwood as a 6th grader. Her teachers report that not only does she want to be involved in everything STEM, but she also plays the violin, which, wow, what a hard instrument to learn. That's personally, I had to interject that. Yaretsi has demonstrated her drone flying skills for the media and has taught coding to 3rd and 5th graders at Paw Creek Elementary. She is a leader in and out of the classroom and has stayed motivated to learn throughout the pandemic and the remote learning that it has brought. Miss Gerald, her English language arts teacher, says Yaretsi is one of those students who makes you happy to teach even over a screen. She is one of the most positive people in the classroom, and she is not afraid to try something even if she doesn't get it right the first time. Tonight, after leading the pledge, Yaretsi will speak on this month's character trait of respect. Yaretsi, welcome. Thank you for joining us, and now I'm going to turn it over to you.
And board members, if you would mute yourselves for the pledge. Thank you.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The dictionary definition of respect means to admire someone or something and their abilities, but I also think it means to be kind and pleasant towards someone. Respect is important to pay attention to because the more respect we have for each other, the more we can help each other out with the things that are more difficult. I have seen respect in our country by people helping each other out when they're at their lowest, especially in these hard times we are going through, like COVID-19. For example, I have seen people help others with their groceries when they cannot get out of the house. I have seen respect in my school when the students help each other out when they are struggling, and the teachers also help us get through the hardest times. Like when my grandfather passed away, they helped me by making sure I was okay, and they also talked to me, telling me it was going to be okay. Respect is particularly important now because a lot of people are struggling with payments or other things like that. And those things can make it really hard, especially when someone has lost their job to coronavirus. In conclusion, respect is one of the most important things to me. With respect in our lives, we can change, we can learn to do better for our community, and we can also learn to be nice to each other. Being nice seems simple, but treating others well can create a mutual bond of respect and trust that we all need. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and being such an incredible role model to all the other students.
And to the adults. And it is the perfect segue as we move to requests from the public. So thank you, Ms. Martinez. That was a really important message. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for leading our pledge. So we now move to requests from the public, and the rules are as follows. Each speaker will be called in to speak one at a time unless you are part of a group. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board. Groups will have 5 minutes. Each speaker may speak on any topic of their choice, except for individual student matters or specific personnel matters. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. And the board reserves the right to cut off and mute any speaker who violates these rules. And with that, would you please allow the first speaker, who is Pat Millen of E2D, or Eliminate the Digital Divide, into the room. Following Pat, we're going to have a group, which is Catherine Tiddy, Brielle Nugent, Veronica Bofa, Aiden Finnell, and Kayla Nugent. And Mr. Millen, you are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Winston, and board members. It's an honor to speak with you this evening. My name is Pat Millen, and I'm the president and co-founder of E2D Eliminate the Digital Divide. Our nonprofit organization seeks and obtains donated laptop computers. We refurbish them in CMS student-led technology labs and then redistribute them to families in our community who need them. I'm very pleased to speak briefly with you tonight to honor a very recently retired CMS educator and my dear friend, Miss Ruby Houston, who just concluded a 36-year career working in CMS. There was a movie in the 80s where the characters used the phrase, live it, learn it, love it. That is a concise summation of Ruby's career in CMS. She lived it as a student pioneer who was in the first integrated graduation class at North Mech. From there, she lived it and learned it as she held dozens of meaningful community engagement jobs within the system, all helping people break down barriers so that their kids could be as successful as possible in school. She not only lived it and learned it, yes, she loved it. In 2013, when E2D distributed our first ever laptop to a young lady at the Ada Jenkins Center in Davidson, who was there? Ruby Houston, of course. As we continue to make our move from North Mech towns into Charlotte, it was Ruby Houston to whom I most often went to seek guidance. Her love for CMS and our work has endured to this day. Ruby is simply one of the finest servant leaders that I've ever had the pleasure to know, and it is in recognition of her distinguished and family-focused career that E2D would like to honor her tonight by making in her name a donation of 10 laptops, one each to the following schools that are among the nearest and dearest to her heart over her CMS career: Berry Hill, Billingsville, Blythe, Hornets Nest, Huntersville, Long Creek, Winding Springs Elementary Schools, as well as Thomasboro Academy, J.M. Alexander Middle, and North Mech High. The principals at each school can decide to whom each goes. In speaking with Ruby this morning to tell her of our wanting to honor her tonight at this meeting, I told her it was only fair that one of our staff would tape it off the Facebook page and send it to her, as she had only just retired on Friday, and so she shouldn't be required to spend evening number 5 of her retirement glued to an online school board meeting. Many thanks, board, for helping us honor Ruby Houston tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Millen, and thank you, Ms. Houston. All right, we're now going to move on to the Diversify Our Narrative group, and then after them, we will have Charles Held and then Wilson White.
I can start for our group.
Okay, great.
Hello, my name is Catherine Tiddy. I'm a sophomore at Myers Park High School, and I am co-district lead for Diversify Our Narrative CMS. Diversify Our Narrative is a student-led initiative fighting to bring more diverse, culturally relevant curriculum into our district. As the district and state progress in order to better support students of all races, backgrounds, and cultures, our curriculum must progress with it. I believe that you are all dedicated to creating culturally responsive curricula, as well as an environment for students where these novels and different aspects of history can be taught with racial sensitivity in mind. As the daughter of a teacher, I am incredibly thankful for the work our teachers put in as it is. Instead of overwhelming them with these new requirements and lesson plans we propose, we hope to guide staff through a transition into diverse curriculum. With the right resources, teachers can better connect with their students through these lessons. In order to fully understand each other and respect one another as students, as teachers, and as humans, we must put in the work to ensure that every student feels seen in their classes. My peers and those that will come after me deserve to learn from various perspectives, from people that they relate to and people that they don't. They deserve to hear the words of Audre Lorde and Toni Morrison, learn the stories of Marsha P. Johnson, Claudette Colvin, and Jovita Idar, and discover the legacies of people of color that are constantly left out of our textbooks. Please help us diversify our narrative. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Botha. I'm a sophomore at Harding University High School, and I'm also co-district lead for Diversify Our Narrative. I felt personally drawn to Diversify Our Narrative because as a student of color, I sometimes felt alienated because of the lack of BIPOC representation in our curricula. And BIPOC stands for Black, Indigenous, People of Color. And when I was younger, I was not reading many books about minority children or people of color for that matter. And those books almost always talked about major historical events. And as I got older, I found myself doing my own research to find books that were more inclusive and that represented children like me. And until recently, I hadn't realized how disturbing it was that as a young child, I had to do research to find those books. And this is the same disturbance I felt when I realized that it was a burden on me to do that research and learn about countless of other topics like inventions by people of color, ancient African kingdoms, racial oppression, and much more. And this burden should not be put on the 74.2% of CMS students who identify as a person of color. And the goals of Diversify Our Narrative are completely achievable with the support of the school board, and we can begin to work towards an inclusive education system that represents our entire student body. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brielle Nugent, and I'm a sophomore at Myers Park High School. Our goal through Diversify Our Narrative is to provide each English classroom with at least one book written by or about a person of color. Books are very powerful. They teach you to have compassion and awareness. Diverse novels are important because by reading from different perspectives, you gain respect for other students, and everyone can come to school feeling represented. In our current curriculum, many students cannot share their experiences with the characters that they read about. One example in our curriculum is To Kill a Mockingbird. The book follows a young white girl who realizes that not everyone is equal. The book shows the Black characters in a positive way, but ultimately shows the white man as the main hero. Yes, in this book, we learn about equality and how lives are affected based on race, but it's taught through a white character's point of view and never shares the perspective of the Black man who is on trial. Through Diversify Our Narrative, we don't want to get rid of books like this, but instead we want to build the library of books used in the classroom to include different perspectives. A book recently added to the summer reading assignment was The Hate U Give. This book is told from the point of view of a Black girl who combats racism and police brutality. Not only does this book discuss an important issue, but it's told from the perspective of the person who's experiencing the racism. Books like The Hate U Give allow for students to engage in meaningful class discussions about topics that are necessary to create an equal society. The issue is that this class discussion did not occur, and the book was not read by all students because it was an optional summer read and not part of the mandatory curriculum. At CMS, every student should have an opportunity to explore their identity and feel represented in the stories we read. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kayla Nugent, and I am a senior at Myers Park. I know that in this moment, that COVID-19 is a big deal, and the return to school is one of the main focuses. But thankfully, COVID-19 will eventually pass, and one day will actually become a portion of our history books that will be taught to generations that had never experienced the pandemic. COVID-19 will not be forgotten, just as we cannot neglect our history, particularly our BIPOC students' history. We cannot let the 2020 pandemic become yet another history lesson from a white perspective. It is one matter to have a diverse school, but a whole other matter to have a school that represents and embraces its diversity within the schools. History to me has always remained about the facts of our past. It wasn't until I took History 1 my junior year that my teacher had taught us history from a BIPOC's perspective. It was history that I had never discovered before, and it was eye-opening. I was fascinated by how each Native tribe across North America lived their everyday lives, all the amazing Black writers from the 1800s, while at the same time, I felt anger toward Christopher Columbus, whom I had previously been taught was a hero, but was very brutal to the indigenous Taino tribes in Haiti. This year, I decided to resume my American History 2 studies at CPCC, Central Piedmont Community College. It was a much more diverse racially curriculum. In particular, I learned about the Japanese internment camps during World War II from the Japanese American viewpoint and the horrible outcomes that were left on those involved. I was frustrated this history that I had never learned until this moment, history that had been completely forgotten in our curriculum. Our purpose as Diversify Our Narrative is not to erase our white history and outlooks, but to teach history from all different perspectives and to include the imperfect and poor decisions within our country. History is never black and white or should be taught from that point.
Thank you so much. It looks like there wasn't enough time for your last speaker. Okay, thank you for that. So next we're going to go to Charles Held, followed by Wilson White, and then Julie Chasness.
And Madam Chair, I don't see Charles Held in the audience. So Charles, if you're there, please raise your hand and I'll move on to Wilson White first.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. White, go right ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I am here on behalf of the Hopeful Swim Team with questions as to why our conference meet was canceled 48 hours before, why we were almost the only region to not attend the regional swim meet, and why even though volleyball and cross country were in season, at the same time as us, they still got to continue. The Hopeful team is so grateful for the board changing their minds as to letting us submit our times for regionals last Sunday, but I am still confused as to why our conference was canceled. Our conference meet was going to be at West Charlotte, which is a CMS school, so we could move it, come up with some ideas to limit the amount of contact, etc. With our conference being canceled, most of our seniors were unable to attend the regional meet, and the seniors swam at their last meet without knowing. So my first question is, why was the conference meet canceled? Then my second question is, what were the reasons as to why we were almost the only county in North Carolina to attend the regional swim meet? And my last question is, what was your basis for letting other sports such as cross country and volleyball to continue their season and not us?
Thank you. And we'll follow up with those questions, but we don't do a Q&A format with requests from the public. Okay, next we have Julie Chasness, followed by Reese Doherty.
And again, I don't see Julie in the audience, so I'm going to move to Reese first. Julie, if you're in the audience, please raise your hand.
Okay, Ms. Doherty, go right ahead when you're ready.
Hi, I'm an 8th grader at Randolph Middle School. I'm not going to waste time boring you guys with the facts and statistics because you already know all of them. You know that COVID does not transmit easily between school-age kids. You know that other school systems all around are referring to Plan B. So I'm going to tell you how staying in all remote learning is directly affecting me. I'm getting migraine headaches from staring at the 8-inch Chromebook screen all day. My wrists are hurting from staying in the same position for 7 hours. But above all, I really miss my friends and having the opportunity to socialize at school. That is the main thing that has been bugging me since the beginning of quarantine. And missing friends, it's not just a pain that flares up at certain moments. It's a constant ache that I feel day in and day out. I understand that people don't want to go to school in person because of concerns about COVID. Those people are always free to stay in full remote learning for the entire year. Plan B is a win-win. Those who want to go to school and feel comfortable going are free to, and those who are not comfortable going to school can stay home and learn virtually. Why aren't we exercising those choices? It doesn't make sense. It's just really frustrating because so many people are pushing to get back in school. I'm feeling powerless, ignored, isolated, and scared for what the future of my education is. And I'm concerned that the people making decisions are not the ones being directly affected. The health of a person is so much more complex than their physical health. And the minds and hearts of students if virtual learning continues, and they will be just as painful as any strain of COVID-19. Thank you, and it's been an honor.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. And I see Julie Chasness has made her way into the Zoom room. So if you could go right ahead, and then we'll go to Stacy Staggs and then Melissa Klink. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Julie Chasness. I'm the mother of a first and third grader at Polo Ridge Elementary. Since July of 2020, the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Centers for Disease Control have recommended that school districts take all feasible measures to allow in-person education for our children. They emphasize that science should drive decision-making on safely reopening schools, and furthermore, that public health agencies must make recommendations based on evidence, not politics. The CDC's guidance from January 2021 mirrors their own previous statements, as well as the AAP's, that children are not super spreaders of COVID-19, and emphasizes that the goal needs to be the reopening of schools as safely and as quickly as possible for in-person learning. Over and over again, this board has placed fear ahead of facts. It's time for this to stop. We must base our decisions solely on the evidence, and the evidence that has been presented time and again is that school spread does not correlate with community spread. Yet the decision has been made to continue to keep our children out of the classroom. Schools do play a vital role in children's educational, social, physical, and emotional development. While I am glad that our students will be resuming school under the hybrid Plan B next week, we must continue to forge ahead. Our own state superintendent of public instruction has said that this absolutely is a challenge we must face head on so that all students have a chance to fulfill their potential. 2 days a week in person is not enough. The science is behind full-time in-person school, particularly for the youngest learners in our community. Iredell State School schools have successfully had their elementary students in school since October, and were included in the case reports detailed in the journal Pediatrics. Over the span of 9 weeks, only 4% of COVID cases reported were tied to school spread, while 96% were from community spread. Elementary students and those who, like mine, have disabilities like hearing loss and speech challenges are not being served. This virtual learning has failed them. The numbers support students being in school, and for elementary students and those with disabilities, the numbers support being in school full-time. Now, for too many months, we've placed fear ahead of fact. It's ahead of evidence. Please act in the best way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chasness. And just a reminder to everybody that we've got a 2-minute time limit tonight, and if you could stop when the beep happens. So next we have Stacy Staggs, followed by Melissa Klink, and then Gina Navarrete.
Good evening, all. My name is Stacy Staggs. I'm a CMS EC parent and a healthcare advocate here in the state of North Carolina. It's interesting, I'm following the speaker just before me because my topic is the gaps in data reporting that persist between Mecklenburg County Public Health and CMS Metrics Dashboard. I've sent a number of emails to interested parties and have yet to get understanding about an end-to-end process, I think because it doesn't exist. Before Kathy Elling retired, she let us know that they're very comfortable with the spotty parent report that's happening to administrators in the school buildings. And Gibby Harris, the director of Mecklenburg County Public Health, has told us that their contact tracers are asking if students have been in the building, and if they are, then they're forwarding those cases to CMS. Again, both sides are perfectly fine with their half of the process, but there's no end-to-end reconciliation or a conversation, it appears, on both sides. The net result of that is a significant and substantial and persistent undercount of student cases within the CMS population. As an example, in November, just before Thanksgiving, when we did have students in the building, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services dashboard reported almost 500 cases among school-aged children, of which about 75% attend CMS. We were in AB cohorts, and CMS for that same week reported only 24 cases. The difference cannot be explained away by anything other than a failure to reconcile the issue. I would like to hear among those leaders who are in charge.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Melissa Kling, followed by Gina Navarrete, and then Meg Gravender.
Hi, I'm going to say it again. You guys have taken this horrible crisis of COVID and turned it into even a bigger crisis, the failure of our education system. You've allowed students to become victims of this crisis. Our math failure rates have increased 262%. Our English failure rates have increased 350% this year. This does not account for honor students that are now getting C's and D's who are struggling to complete their coursework. These numbers don't account for kindergarten through second grade who aren't even graded. These are big numbers, and behind them are children struggling and suffering. Las Vegas saw the numbers of children committing suicide double this year. Emergency rooms are seeing triple the number of adolescents for mental health emergencies. Local doctors here in Charlotte are reporting the same. Kids are isolated. Their worlds have been turned upside down, and meanwhile, we keep saying kids are resilient and blowing off the fact that this is affecting them tremendously. I requested our suicide rates for school-age kids in 2020. Unfortunately, the Vital Statistics Department will not be able to compile them until fall 2021. We are coming up on a year of no school, and we are in the exact same place, guys, the exact same place that we were last year, except now we have data to back up the schools are safe. We have examples of 50,000 other schools that have been open since fall to guide us through this. I understand that you guys have been asked to make incredibly hard decisions that you never signed up for. We've all been asked to do extraordinary things this year, but now it's time to do what is right for the kids and get them back in school. Be guided by that, not by your personal fears of COVID or the fear of backlash from a small group of vocal educators that speak for the minority of teachers. You became board members because you care about kids and helping children succeed. Start being the neutral party you were elected to be, and if nothing else, do what's right for the 61% of kids at CMS who have asked for in-person learning. Governor Cooper said last week K-5 needed to return to 5 days a week in person to the fullest extent possible. Let's make a plan to execute this before a majority of families leave CMS.
Next, we have Gina Navarrete, followed by Meg Gravender, and then Elizabeth Kovacs. Gina, are you here? Okay.
Gina was here. I'm not sure. We'll have to move on. Let me bring Meg over.
Gina asked to be moved down, Mr. Root, if she's having internet trouble.
Okay.
Shall we go to Elizabeth while we're, do you see Meg in the waiting room?
I do not. I'm going to ask if Meg is in the waiting room. Please raise your hand.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Ms. Kovacs. And I hope I pronounced your name right. Go ahead, Ms. Kovacs.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Elizabeth Kovacs, a licensed clinical social worker and therapist in Cornelius. More importantly, I'm the mother of 3 CMS children, an 8th grader at the Northwest School of the Arts, and a 2nd and 4th grader at Grand Oak Elementary. which all have amazing teachers that have been incredibly supportive of our family through this very trying year. I've seen firsthand how the long-term impact of virtual learning has been on both the students I care for clinically, as well as my own children. I've never seen so many mental health crises as I have this school year. I have never seen so many newly prescribed medication for depression, anxiety, eating disorders, self-harm, and ADHD as I have for students this school year, including one of my own. I'm hopeful that the school board will resume in-person learning later this month, but the proposed plan in which my 14-year-old daughter with ADHD will only have 16 total school days spaced every 3 weeks is insufficient. I am asking for the board to please salvage the fourth quarter and commit to the option of in-person learning for children that very much need the social services and personal attention that only in-person learning can provide. I fully respect the wishes of teachers and student families who wish to stay in remote learning, but I am pleading with the board to address the wishes of families and teachers who very much wish to return to as much in-person learning as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I see we now have Meg Gravender or Meg Kemp with us. If you want to go right ahead, Meg.
Good evening. With the community paying more attention to this board than ever before, you have never publicly discussed and debated the pros and cons of in-person versus remote learning, not once. The results have shown just how damaging the denial of in-person learning has been, and the academic impact is the tip of the proverbial iceberg. First, it was the 5% positivity rate that kept my child from going to school. Then it was the middle school bus drivers. Then it was the community spread. Each time we've heard this superintendent and this board swear that CMS is ready, but it's always that but. The science says it's safe. Dr. Fauci, a Duke study says it's safe. The CDC, Dr. Mandy Cohen, and even Governor Cooper says it's safe. The time for but has passed, and it's time to get these kids back in classrooms. K through 5 needs to be back in under Plan A 5 days a week, and this needs to happen no later than March. It is imperative and it is urgent. With 1/3 of all CMS students failing a class, we can't wait another day. Every day counts and every student matters. We need our students to have the choice to be in class immediately, and we need to maximize how many days they're able to go. The recommendations from experts are to send elementary school age kids to classrooms full time on Plan A. Middle school and high school needs to be on an A-B rotation to maximize their in-person learning. This is a small step toward getting the kids back in school full time, but I will not accept this as the final answer for this school year. Schools are ready, parents are ready, students are ready, and the teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess next we have Karen Pardo, followed by Terry Flanagan.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent and board members. I am a mom of 3 CMS students and also a CMS teacher. My oldest child is a high school senior, and my other 2 children are in 10th and 7th grade. Throughout this year, I've seen many challenges and victories with remote learning, both as a teacher and a parent. Our community is working incredibly hard to make a challenging situation work well. There have been some hiccups with remote learning, both as a mom and a teacher, but after a short time, we found a system that brought a sense of consistency to our students' lives. I now speak from personal experience. I had the COVID virus last April, and my doctors still don't know if I'm protected from getting it again. Now there are different strains starting to pop up all over the county. I have to think about my children, colleagues, students, and students' families as I prepare to return to in-person learning. For almost 1 year, we have been hoping for a vaccine. Now that it's available, many school staff have not had the opportunity to receive it yet. As much as students may not understand why we are still remote, we have to see the bigger picture and guide them based on our experience. Just like brushing their teeth and wearing seatbelts and masks, we set the example. Some things are non-negotiable for the health and safety of our children. While I understand the desire to return to in-person learning, the risks are still too great to gamble with the lives of our students, staff, and community. Knowing that a vaccine is helping to slow the spread and protect our community, I urge the board to wait to return students to the building until our staff is vaccinated. We are very close to another huge win in slowing COVID and returning back to life as we knew it a year ago. If we open up now and see cases rise, we are throwing away all of the effort and dedication people have made to slow the spread. We should do everything in our power for the safety and welfare of all living in Mecklenburg County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Terry Flanagan, followed by Steve Oreskovic.
I am a very proud parent at Old Providence Elementary School, but hear me say these things. Schools should be the last to close and the first to open for the sake of every kid. The stress of this pandemic is real, but I refuse to fall into fear or one of two sides. Our city has lost faith in our school system, and your credibility is out the window for both parents and educators due to your continuous pivoting and inability to stick to the plans you said you would based on facts and metrics. I believe COVID has become an excuse and a crutch for long-term issues and problems within our school district that were present prior to the pandemic. The massive implications of children being out of school is ridiculous. From the 35% of CMS students failing at least one subject to the 24% increase in ER visits for the children ages 5 to 11 due to mental health issues. This is the pandemic. What is your plan for the remainder of this year and next? We must know. Every conversation should be about getting our students back in school full time, whatever way we can. And when words fall flat, prayers never do. So I'm taking this opportunity to pray because it's the only thing I know that have power. God, you are the only one with the ultimate authority, and you see each of us in our fears and unknowns that keep us up at night. Thank you that you go before and behind and always have a plan, never leaving us. Lord, be with this board and council as they make heavy decisions. Open their ears and give them wise discernment. For the time they have sacrificed this challenging year, would you give them back what they have given, providing margin and rest for their heads and hearts? Put your comforting hand upon our teachers. Provide peace in the midst of their decisions that are out of their control. Renew their joy. Give them health. For parents, would you provide patience and compassion, understanding? Would you help us to see and care for the teachers, our neighbors, regardless of whether we see eye to eye? And Jesus, for our children, oh God, protect them, their hearts and their minds. Let them be a generation that are changed for the better because of this stretching season. Put your loving and generous hand upon them and provide just what they need daily. May we all lead by example as little eyes are watching how we navigate this season and they are listening to everything that comes out of our mouths. May you hold the Lord.
All right, Steve Oreskovic, followed by Ray Legrone.
In-person learning. About 18% of a school's population at best will be on campus, with everyone still learning virtually on Chromebooks. Teachers will be masked, pulling double duty in a hybrid setting. At 39 schools, airflow will be far less than optimal, and NPBI units will not be installed and operational by the time students return. Procurement orders and such should be available under FOIA requests. You will be sending kids and adults back into buildings we know to be unsafe. Your actions on this will speak louder than your words. Oh, and teachers will not be vaccinated. Yes, I know the CDC director said this wasn't necessary. Yes, that CDC study. If you only read and comprehend the headlines, you would think it's safe to go back to school. Do we realize there are other steps that the CDC recommended happen before schools are reopened to in-person? Because we never closed for learning. Have those steps been put in place? Nope. The CDC study used data from the beginning of the school year, collected in a non-random fashion in a small rural district in Wisconsin. How credible is this to us? It's not. European schools have gone back virtual because they understand that once school buildings are reintegrated into the community, that's where community spread occurs, in the schools. One county away, a high schooler brought COVID home from school, infected his parent, and now that parent is dead. Is that worth a test score? Is that how we're improving mental health? No. So if we're going to push for in-person learning, why not put the most vulnerable kids into the most prepared buildings? I mean, anyone pushing for in-person learning would want the most vulnerable protected, no? Actions speak so much louder than words. It's a simple equation. Virus plus variance minus vaccine equals virtual. I await the next emergency meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ray Legrone, followed by Lisa O'Brien.
Good evening. In November, I helped craft a petition to this board and district leadership asking for 5 things for safe return. Of those 5, I believe 4 are still critical for re-entering schools. Adherence to the metrics for reopening and closing schools needs to be followed with fidelity, transparency, and consistency. If you do not believe those metrics are useful, reconvene the metrics committee. Use more up-to-date guidance forthcoming from the Biden administration, but do not open schools again until you have metrics in place that you will adhere to. Contact tracing is a mess. We have been in contact with the health department and we're told there is no script for tracing and no specific guidance given to schools once a case is present. Contact tracing must be performed with fidelity, consistency, and transparency. How is it that my school had a positive case on the dashboard, yet no one was notified? Perhaps there is a reason, but since no protocols have been made public, this sows doubt and fear in the whole entire process. HVAC repairs and infrastructure upgrades must be performed with fidelity, transparency, and consistency. Any one group of students and staff should not be more at risk than another. But we all now know that the 39 schools in CMS without outside air exchange are still waiting on mitigation strategies. The email to all CMS staff yesterday with specific HVAC repairs was a step in the right direction towards transparency. But now we can all see that our district is relying on open windows or open interior doors to stop this virus. Lastly, allow all staff with telework medical accommodations to receive that accommodation. CMS needs to be transparent with the public and let folks know that most medically fragile staff, though approved for telework, will not have the choice to work from home. Be honest with the public and let them know your teachers must choose to go back to unsafe buildings and risk our lives, take unpaid leave without medical, paid insurance coverage, or resign. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Lisa O'Brien, followed by Erica Taylor. Oh, you're on mute, Ms. O'Brien. There you go.
Good evening. When we moved to Charlotte 18 months ago, I never could have imagined that my 2 teenage boys would forcibly become screen zombies, spending 7 to 9 hours every day, 5 days a week on a screen for almost an entire year. I keep thinking about the brilliant words of Maya Angelou. When we know better, we do better. We know that our leaders, health officials, and the CDC are urging schools to return to in-person learning, but CMS has decided that they know better than the experts. We know that unvaccinated teachers all over the country have safely been teaching in person since last August, and yet CMS has decided that our district should be held to an entirely different standard. Even if we do return, we know that attending school 4 out of every 21 days is still an ineffective screen zombie platform. We know that more than 37,000 kids in CMS are failing at least one subject. And when it comes to equity, we know there's never been a bigger driver to widen the socioeconomic gap than closing down public schools. I'm left wondering, when did it become acceptable to sacrifice our kids as collateral damage? Now that we know better, how can we do better to save this sinking ship? Stop making excuses based on obsolete metrics that defy science or logic while thousands of kids are drowning. We must balance the very low risk of COVID harms with the massive risk of lockdown harms. We must level the playing field by implementing a proven plan other schools have modeled since last August. For those concerned about safety, then choose virtual, but the rest of us deserve a choice for equal education. We're pleading with you to restore our confidence and throw our kids a lifeline because their futures literally depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, next we have Erica Taylor, followed by Annette Albright, and then Lynn Wilson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As much as teachers like myself want to get back in our classrooms, we need some guidance first. Not only should we be able to get the vaccine before returning, but there are definitely some questions that need to be answered, and tonight I'm going to ask you 2 of mine. What do we do when half of our team or grade level is out sick when we go back, and the others have been approved to teach remotely? For example, at my school, we have 4 content teachers in our grade level. If 2 have been approved to teach remotely and 2 in the building are exposed or get sick themselves, what do we do with those students? You can't disperse them like you used to. You can't send them down to the office or to the nurse. The nurse might not even be there that day, and it would be overcrowded. So what do we do? My second question, there are obviously a million gajillion reasons why students need to be back in the classroom and why we want them back in the classroom. Well, we want them there in a safe way. We also want them and their families and us and our families to, quite frankly, stay alive, stay healthy. I know that this information is on Google, but I just wanted to point out that for groups A and B on this rotation, they are only going to be in person for 23 days, and group C, 16 days. And as we know, some of these days will be used for standardized testing. But is it really worth it? Is it worth putting our students, their families, and our communities at risk? Yes, there is a decline in cases right now, thank God, but having us go back runs the risk of another spike in cases. At this point, to better be prepared for our students and to seek better answers for questions like these, we need to wait. We need to brainstorm and get creative on better ways to support our students emotionally and socially outside of the classroom during this time. We need to do this. Please consider these options and please get us some answers to questions like these. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Albright, who somehow is upside down, but as long as we can hear you, that's fine. Just need to unmute yourself. You're muted, Ms. Albright.
Got it?
There you go. We can hear you now.
I have no idea how to flip myself, so sorry about that. But thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And as you meet tonight to make a decision that will impact many parents, students, and teachers across the district, please note that I am aware of how difficult this task is that has been placed before you, and I feel that it's very important that I acknowledge that. I realize this is an emotional topic for many. However, now is the time to speak on the facts. A fact is, 323 days ago, when Governor Roy Cooper announced that all North Carolina schools will begin remote learning, that decision was made because as a nation, we did not know enough about the unfolding coronavirus crisis to risk the consequences of the spread of the disease in our schools. At that point, what we knew is the disease was highly contagious, spreads rapidly, and was a certain death sentence to many of those affected. Closing schools was a temporary response, not a permanent solution to the virus. 323 days ago, 323 days later, we know a lot more about the virus and how to mitigate the spread. What we know today that we didn't know 323 days ago is the best tools to use to mitigate the spread are quite simple. 1, wear a mask. 2, wash your hands repeatedly. 3, wait 6 feet apart or practice social distancing. Today, we also know that schools are controlled environments where the spread of coronavirus can be effectively mitigated. What we also know today that we didn't know 323 days ago is the negative academic, emotional, mental, and social impact that closing schools will have on our students. As a nation.
Thank you, Ms. Albright. Next, we have Lynn Wilson, followed by Nikki Kirsch, and then Molly Putnam.
And Madam Chair, I don't have Lynn Wilson in the audience, so we can move on to Nikki.
Okay.
Good evening.
Okay.
The first time I spoke to you, it was to present scientific research on the increase in mental and emotional distress in children and adolescents. The second time I spoke with you, it was to present scientific research from world-renowned universities that clearly showed low transmission rates of COVID in schools. Tonight at this school board meeting, I want to take a different turn and I want to discuss bullying and professionalism. Lazy, entitled, a POS, Karens and Kens, racist, privileged, clueless housewife, no grit.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you hear? Hello?
Yes, hi. Just remember that no personal attacks are to be allowed in our board meetings and the request from the public, and also profanity and inappropriate language is not allowed. Okay. So with that in mind, please continue.
Those are all words and descriptions used by your CMS staff. Those are all things posted on social media by CMS employees. Those are things that CMS employees have called parents and community members. I'm sorry to use that language, but I'm not the one who used it first. I simply wanted to share it. You want us to trust you with our children. We've trusted staff to educate them, to mold them, to mentor them. How do we send our children into a class with staff who describe students and families this way? The definition of hypocrisy: practice of claiming to have standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform. Your loudest educators, which are a small group, claim it's not safe to be in the classroom, yet they attend their own wedding festivities and
Thank you very much. Next, we have Molly Putnam, followed by Scott Ray, and then Fred Michael.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I am a parent of 2 CMS students and a former New York City public high school teacher. I am here today to call for our elementary and middle schools to open in Plan A as soon as possible, as our governor has requested. Our country's children, or county's children and countries, I guess, are falling behind academically and emotionally. Families are moving to other neighboring districts that have in-person school, and those that can make it work financially are putting their kids in private and parochial schools that have been open since August. You, the school board and administration, have the opportunity to change your legacy now and open the schools in person 5 days a week, because right now your legacy is one of loss. CMS students will not look back on this year as one that prevented the spread of COVID-19. They will look back at the scholarship they lost, the lost opportunity to play college sports, the education they lost as they watched their younger siblings as their parents had to work, or the year they spent at the YMCA in front of the computer because it is okay for the Y to have school and not their school. And also, not to mention the mandated IEP services that have not been given to our neediest students that will take years to recover from. It will be a full year of looking at a computer screen. And this is not because of our dedicated teachers and principals. This is because of you, the CMS board and administration. Your legacy currently is kowtowing to the NCAE and not listening to doctors and health officials who declare schools are safe, and not listening to our governor who wanted schools open in August. You have the opportunity to change your legacy now. Why wait and make it worse? Open 5 days a week as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, next we have Scott Ray, followed by Fred Michael.
Madam Chair, I don't have Scott Ray in the audience, so Scott, if you're there, put your hand up, please, but we can move along to Fred.
Mr. Michael, go right ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you know, I'm a little off script here, but, you know, everything that I've heard, I think I can say that, you know, this is hard for everybody. And, you know, this is the definition of hard times. And, you know, it's difficult when people are blaming each other. And I think we shouldn't do that. However, that being said, the thing that I've noticed is, you know, when there's snow, ice, sleet, CMS is extremely cautious. I mean, overly cautious about making sure that schools are safe. But now with the pandemic, it just seems like it's, you'll be all right. We change the air filters, you'll be fine. Just open a door. I mean, these two reactions to winter weather and then the pandemic, it's like, it doesn't mesh. It's like it's not the same school system. So I guess it's because with a snowstorm, you can be sued if the proper precautions are not made, but you can't really prove that you got COVID at school. So I just want that observation out there. And if you treated the pandemic with the same amount of precaution as winter weather, then you know we wouldn't be going back. So the additional tip.
Okay, next, it looks like we have Mr. Ray was able to join us.
Yes.
You want to go ahead? And then after you, we will have Glenn Stevens and then Eric Bowen.
Thank you. My name is Scott Ray, and I have a 4th grade CMS student. Quite arguably, the greatest educator this country has ever seen was Janet Mahan from Mesa Verde High School in Citrus Heights, California. Every year, she went over what she intended for us to learn in her class that year. She would always end by saying, "If you learn one thing in my class this year, I want you to learn to take care of each other when you get out of here." Miss Mahan strived every day to make our challenging lives better. On our worst day, she would hear you would hear her call you from down the hall to check on you. She knew when you needed a hug, when you needed a nap, when you needed a bite to eat, and she knew when you needed a kick in the rear end. Right now, there are over 10,000 students unaccounted for in North Carolina. Suicides in school-aged children are up over 18%. Mental health emergency room visits are up over 30% in children ages 6 to 11 and up over 45% in children ages 12 to 18. All the while, the number of reports of child abuse are down, but the number of emergency room visits for child abuse are up over 50%. Janet Mahan would have run into a hell of gunfire to save her most vulnerable students. She surely would have met this pandemic head on before allowing one of her students to become one of these statistics. She will never know the countless lives she so greatly impacted or the numerous lives she saved by caring so much. We have to do better for those that are most in need and for all the students of CMS. I highly recommend this board stops taking their cues from the political posturing of the NCAE and the Devil's Advocacy Group, because precious lives depend on it. Every day matters for the children of CMS. In the 333 days since CMS closed, CMS K-5 students have been offered a maximum of 10 in-person learning days. Right now, your reopening plan will give them a maximum of 28 more in-person learning days for the entire rest of the school year. Middle and high school students have not been back yet and will have a maximum of 23 days of in-person the rest of the year. Enough is enough. Every day matters.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Glenn Stevens, followed by Eric Bowen, and then Sam Swire. Mr. Stevens.
I've always been afraid of heights. When I was younger, I would defy that fear for certain activities in order to experience the adrenaline rush of the activity. As I got older, I am less and less able to defy the fear. But sometimes an activity is so important or the chore so necessary that I must defy the fear and engage the height. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools is at a crossroad. Just how much harm does CMS and the Board of Education want to do to our students' educational, emotional, and physical health in order to pacify a small group of individuals? Just how much public faith does CMS and the Board of Education want to erode in order to prevent fear? Oh, the fear for some is real, and we should never take it for granted. But even more real is all of the data which demonstrates conclusively that the mitigation strategies in place since August 2020 are more than enough to reduce any risk of infection to nearly zero of anyone inside a school while performing their duties or learning. Just how much longer does CMS intend to evade its legal obligations to all students, but most especially those with individualized education programs or 504 plans? The only winner in this dangerous cat and mouse is the fear which seems to have paralyzed so many. So what is the answer? As with all fear, once we follow the data, we must confront the fear. The data from the CDC, WHO, ABC Coalition, countless local, national, and worldwide studies demonstrates that it is safe to return our students to the classroom with greater frequency than CMS is currently prepared to do. CMS, the time has long since passed to put fear behind you. The time has passed to fully engage the resources, both physical and human, of the vast district in the education of every child of every level to the fullest extent allowed by the state. For the sake and benefit of our students, please begin to put their interest.
Okay, next we have Eric Bowen, followed by Sam Swire, and then Aaron Phillips. Mr. Bowen.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am a teacher at Williams Secondary Montessori, and my story involves a lot of effects from severe illness and respiratory illness. When my first daughter was 9 months old, her mom fell ill to the flu. And after about a week on a ventilator, she passed away. And I was a single father for years after that. And just recently, ever since COVID started, it has been a very stressful time to be a teacher and a parent. I know everyone here has been through a lot of stress, and the board especially has been through a lot. About 3 weeks ago, my father, who was a doctor, passed away from COVID. And I am being asked now, he was a few days away from his vaccination when he came down with his illness. And here we are with a vaccine that is available. And we could prioritize teachers. I know that's not up to the school board, but we are very close to a situation where it is extremely safe. We can cut any of this, 5% number or 12% number. Any of those numbers get cut by 90 or more percent if we can get teachers and adults in schools vaccinated. There's a lot of evidence that people have cited that school is safe, but all of those studies that I have seen have an if, and if these conditions are met. And a lot of schools in CMS have no windows that open. There are, as far as I know, there's no, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Okay, next we have Sam Swire, followed by Aaron Phillips, and then Lori DiCenzo Carter.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Winston, fellow CMS educators, CMS families, and community members. A few weeks ago, I spoke more like a math teacher than the social studies teacher that I am, and today I'll be leaning more towards physics. The CDC study, which has been recently used to support school reopening, was published on January 29th, the same day that the CDC also published a study with the NFL, which proposed changing the perspective of the definition of a close contact due to their evidence that 71% of cases of transmission did not fall within the previous accepted definition of close contact, that being 15 minutes, at closer than 6 feet. Almost 40% of their transmissions occurred in less than 5 minutes in this study. Similarly, the Journal of Korean Medicine has published a study on November 23rd that found transmissions can occur at a distance of just over 21 feet for less than 5 minutes duration indoors. When we look at meal times in the classroom, as has been described under current COVID plans, students will be unmasked eating for 15 to 20 minutes with a maximum of 6 feet distance, which according to the above studies would fall well within the possibility for transmission multiple times over due to both distance and duration. So we've got transmission equals proximity times duration times exposure. And in meal times, we have about 3.5 times the amount of proximity, 3 times the duration, and similar exposure rate. We've got a delta of about 10.5 times the expected transmission rate. So while many typical school-based activities can be managed with safety procedures like masking to significantly limit spread, mealtime, whether windows and doors are open, which technically goes against active shooter prevention guidance, is not one of those activities. We must follow the science here to keep our students and staff safe. And because of this, we need more clear guidance on mealtime safety and alternative solutions such as without meals, creation of outdoor eating.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Aaron Phillips, followed by Lori Carter, and then Logan.
Good evening. I was going to spend time thanking you all, but truthfully, I'm not feeling very thankful lately for anything that has to do with CMS. Members of the Board of Education, there are no more excuses. The ones that are being left behind are our children. Our kids have been forgotten about here. We as parents have said we will donate resources. We will do what it takes to help not just our own schools, but other schools as well. We have enough backing to help every school, but you have consistently told us no. Hundreds of parents are willing to sign up to substitute teach. Not that you make that process very easy on anyone, but we are willing to help. We are tired of the excuses. All of these nuances should have been figured out. Ernest Winston, bring forward a proposal, and Ms. Dashu, schedule an emergency meeting as soon as possible to restore at least, the very least, Plan A to our elementary school. I am a huge supporter of teachers. I was a teacher at CMS for 8 years. This board has allowed teachers and parents to become divided, and it never, ever should have been this way. We need the teachers to teach our children. It's time to get back to the classroom. As someone wiser than I has said, every day matters. So figure this out for the good of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Lori Carter, followed by Logan Phillips.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Like thousands of staff across the district, yesterday I received the updated HVAC air quality initiatives. While I appreciate some of the changes that were made, they still fall short when it comes to school safety. The proposed plan puts thousands of students, notably students of color, and hundreds of staff in older buildings in danger. The danger is twofold. There is an increased risk of contracting COVID because of outdated HVAC systems. To allow air to circulate, teachers are required to teach with their doors open at all times. As a result, there is also an increased risk of serious injury or death if any of these schools experience gun violence. About 4 years ago, the district required that school staff attend active shooter survivor training. We were trained on how to block doors, stuff gunshot wounds with tampons, use sugar to coagulate blood, and use sanitary napkins to stop bleeding. The trainer stressed the importance of always keeping our classroom doors locked. Always. What has changed about the risk of school gun violence to warrant violating important safety protocols? According to Everytown for Gun Safety, between March and November of 2020, it's estimated that 17.4 million guns were sold, and 81% more than the number of guns estimated that were sold the previous period in 2019. Most schools with outdated HVAC are located in high poverty, high crime areas where economic and social conditions have been exacerbated by two public health crises, COVID and gun violence. Is there a plan in place to ensure the safety of students and staff in buildings where it will be required to teach with the doors open? If so.
Thank you. I hate cutting people off. Sorry about that. Okay, next we have Logan Phillips, followed by Rebecca Ivanoff.
Hello, my name is Logan Phillips. I'm in 4th grade and go to Ray Farm STEAM Academy. The whole COVID-19 situation has been very hard for everyone. We can all agree that you don't like it. However, Governor Cooper said our scientists prove that if students wear a mask and social distance, then it is safe to go back to school. We already did that last semester and it went well. I have heard recently that some CS teachers do not want to go back to school. However, I see other adults going to work every day, so why can't the teachers go back to work in person? My swim coach coaches over 200 kids and has kept us all safe and healthy. I see politicians on TV going to work every day. The doctors and nurses that are risking their lives for other people every day. If all those people can do that, why can't one teacher teach 25 kids? My fellow students and I loved seeing our friends in person while learning in person for those couple of weeks. I have actually never seen everyone in my class, just half. I am very aware that we might do Plan A, which would be amazing. I think Plan A would be easier for my teacher, so we can all finally turn off Zooms. But if we still do Plan B, that would be better than nothing. I hope we will get to go back to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Rebecca Ivanoff, followed by Meredith Fox.
Good evening. I wrote a speech, but I think I'm just going to throw it out the window and address the confusion I guess parents have at this point in regards to why CMS is treating ourselves at this point as a magic unicorn. We have watched patiently and frustratingly while months and months of data is being gathered from open schools around us. Walk into a Gaston County school, a Union County school, a private school, a charter school. At this point, parents have had enough and we've run out of patience because there's data everywhere you look. This is a different situation than August regarding safety. Once again, I will refer to us. We are the magic unicorn. The Duke study showed, and that was 90,000 public schools just like CMS, with windows that don't all open, with classrooms that can teach with the door open. I personally worked in education, but I don't work for CMS. So I feel like I'm on the outside looking in. I am, however, a parent of a freshman who has never set foot one day inside of his high school. If all of the other schools are working, if all of the other schools, public schools, districts close to us with the same parameters, the same challenges, everything from buildings to air ventilation, are functioning, we are not seeing in the news at all any super spreaders. We have the data that we need. It's time to open, not crack the door for 4 days. And then my high schooler has to go home again for 7 hours of virtual zombie land a day. Oh, and that's before homework. He was on a computer screen yesterday for 10 hours. Enough is enough. You have heard the stats about the students who are missing. You have heard the stats about the depression. What are we going to do, board? I would also like to recommend, please put on your emergency meeting that needs to be had, Union Remediation Committee. We're going to have probably triple the number of parents wanting to repeat a grade because their kid has missed so much. We have all these high school students that they don't get passed forward, they get left behind. So if we do not have a plan for them to retake a course, now our dropout rates are going to skyrocket. We want to keep our teachers safe. We want to keep our students safe, but the data supports that now is the time because around us is the living death.
Okay, now we have Meredith Fox, followed by Jody Felton, and then Rebecca Sievers. Ms. Fox.
I miss the days when teachers only had to beg for pencils, books, and a livable wage. Now we must beg for our lives. Many have cited a CDC study to justify in-person learning. That study was conducted in rural Wisconsin and concluded schools might be able to safely open with appropriate mitigation efforts. Authors caution this study surveillance testing was not conducted. No academic would conclude that this study supports reopening CMS, but we know we're being sent back armed only with the advice to open a window if you have an operable one, otherwise just open a door. If you insist on relying on these articles, read past the headlines. Schools in these studies boast high mask compliance. CMS doesn't even have a written mask policy. We got people wearing neck gaiters, masks with exhalation valves, bandanas, all of which the CDC says aren't effective. There's a simple solution, one that my students have mastered during remote learning. It's called copy and paste. Copy those CDC recommendations and make them CMS official written policy. We also need accountability, like an anonymous reporting tool for noncompliance. The CDC also says masks must fit properly. The masks I got for my students were one size fits all, or as I call them, one size fits nobody. And best in masks of all sizes, so every student.
Looks like we lost you. Are you there, Ms. Fox?
Time and mailing supplies at our own expense. We're being stalked by whiners. I leave you with this question. What are you doing to combat this rhetoric and to support your teachers? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jody Felton, followed by Rebecca Sievers, and then Ron Sutzko. Ms. Felton?
Yes, good evening. I am Jody Felton. I'm a CMS teacher. I'm speaking tonight to advocate for not only myself, but for others who are in the same situation as I am. We have CMS approved high-risk medical accommodations, but we are being denied by the principal, and the HR is backing this denial. In my opinion, the principal is not qualified to make life or death decisions about my health, nor should the principal ever be put in a position to do so. Prior to the spring semester, the approval was granted by CMS, and that was what the principal had to follow. Now the tables have turned. HR has approved the high-risk accommodations, but one thing has changed. It is now up to the principal whether he accepts or rejects. This has created inconsistency, equability issues, and where some admin are honoring and others are denying, and it is a risk. Being approved by HR should be sufficed and honored at all schools. We are being forced to make a decision between reporting in person against medical advice, unpaid leave, or resign. I am going to be very transparent and give you a little bit of background about myself. I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I'm now fighting another cancer, leukemia. I've had a bone marrow transplant, chemo, radiation. I take anti-rejection medications every day to keep me alive. This condition has rendered me immunosuppressed with severe lung damage. I've been teaching remotely to our FRA kids since August. I'm able to continue teaching, but with the continued temporary change to my work environment, teaching from home. If I step in the building, my doctor has explicitly advised CMS in a letter that I am at grave risk of harm, including death. That is a very weighted statement that continues to fall upon deaf ears at CMS. It seems as if it is okay and accepting of my death sentence should I report to in-person. I matter. I should be valued, and I am not expendable. However, the message is I do not matter. I am expendable, and I am not valued. Governor Cooper in his full recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Felton. Okay, next we have Rebecca Sievers, followed by Ron Sutzko.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Sievers. I work for a nonprofit that specifically works with marginalized communities. So as there have been a lot of parents that have spoken on behalf of their children, I am speaking on behalf of the children whose parents are not involved in their education. Most of the families that we work with are predominantly refugees or immigrants, or just from lower income communities, and their parents either do not speak English or they are working second and third shift and are not present for their child's schooling. So I spend a lot of days going to homes and trying to get kids to wake up or to convince them to do their schoolwork, and have just seen a lot of very negative effects to them being unable to receive that accountability. And a lot of those kids that we're talking about that aren't showing up for Zoom classes are the kids that I am specifically working with. I went to a student's house the other day who is actually a very smart and bright student and has done a great job trying to keep up with Zoom classes, but she is still failing some of her classes because she has 3 elementary age students in her home that she is also trying to assist in helping them do their schoolwork. I've also started just walking around the community that I specifically live in to knock on doors after school hours to get students outside, because most of them do not step foot outside for multiple weeks at a time. And I know that doesn't necessarily speak to the education piece, but I am seeing the direct effects of these kids not receiving social like services and counseling and all the other above things that they would receive being in school and having teachers and authority speak into their life that they're no longer experiencing. We saw this past summer where we saw a huge gap of just racial inequality. And I think we're going to see that gap grow the more that there are students that are not receiving that accountability. And then there are others who are having the parents in their life.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Ron Sutzko, followed by Melissa Easley, and then Amanda Thompson-Rice. Mr. Sutzko.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ron Slutsko. I am a trained pediatrician who is currently a practicing baby doctor in our city's largest children's hospital. I am the husband of a clinical psychologist who works with some of our city's most vulnerable children. But most importantly, I'm a father in the CMS district. As with thousands of other families in this community, I have anecdotal evidence of the disaster of remote learning. Multiple times each week, my fourth grader, who used to be the brag tag king, was reduced to sobs, overcome with anxiety. Though they are tech natives, this is far from developmentally appropriate. Children are meant to raise their hands and be reassured by a warm and caring teacher, not cower in fear as they point and peck and pray that they can submit their questions into the messaging field and alert the teacher regarding their confusion before the class moves way far ahead into the unknown. But beyond this anecdotal evidence, there is a significant amount of objective data pointing towards the appropriateness of returning to in-class instruction. In my work as a physician, I am closely familiar with the organizations that have released these studies and guidelines, such as the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics, published in well-respected medical journals. We can all play critical reader, but regardless of how it's spun, these data illustrate the very low risk of viral transmission within the school environment, and to the fact that healthy individuals who unfortunately do contract the virus are at a very low risk of having a negative outcome. As you also are aware, other data points to the rising levels of mental health concerns, absenteeism, and failing grades. It seems fairly obvious that the benefits of a return to in-person instruction far outweighs the risk. And you, the Board of Education, are aware of this. The action of sending our athletes back to the field and our students back to their extracurricular activities evidence your awareness of these truths. I admit I'm not an infectious disease specialist. I am also not a cardiologist, a gastroenterologist, or a hematologist. In scenarios where necessary, as I make life and death decisions while caring for my infant patients, I rely on the organizations mentioned above and the scientists who have trained in these fields. They are the ones who are the experts. To ignore them would be negligent and an act of malpractice. If the board wants to act with integrity, they would follow them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Setsko. Okay, now we have Melissa Easley, then Amanda Thompson-Rice. You're muted. There you go.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Tonight, I'm here to speak on the decision to open schools. There had been a back and forth, and it's become shocking to see it become out of control and ugly. Teachers have both been stalked in person and online, being threatened to be reported to get them fired by parents who are against our decisions to keep school buildings closed. The point I'm bringing to light is that schools have never closed. The buildings, however, have been closed. Our school spirit lives on virtually, and if anything, we are working twice as hard to make sure that when it is safe to return to our buildings, every student is going to come back healthy and not missing a beat. Current statistics show on average that 1 in 25 teachers have an underlying condition. And yes, this would include the younger generation that is just starting to educate. The increases in their risk of complications, the argument to open schools saying that healthy teachers are no big risk while overlooking and purposefully endangering not only the teachers, but the students as well. I understand the demand for choice. I'm a parent of 2 children of my own who are struggling with online learning. It can be taxing for both the parent and the child, but taking away the choice from educators based on the demands of the needs of others does not allow for a sound choice when lives are at risk. I know many have cited the CDC and Dr. Fauci's statements about the safety in school. I wish that could be said for every area. Schools are only safe when precautionary measures have been put in place from the beginning, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg fell short. Schools can open safely when measures are placed to ensure ventilation that pulls the fresh air in from all buildings, to conduct online surveillance testing, and detect asymptomatic carriers. Air and filtration systems allow for the air outside to circulate. CMS's reaction to this was open a window or a door. Well, I can tell you in my 10 years that I was in CMS, I had 2 rooms that opened a window.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Amanda Thompson-Rice, and then our final speaker is Lawrence Brinson.
We have heard countless speeches ahead of me that appeal to your heart, soul, and mind. I am here to say thank you. I am saying thank you to every educator who is going above and beyond, but is still forced to quit, lose pay, or go into unsafe conditions. I want to say thank you to our non-certified employees, in particular, because I see you. As a bus driver, it's hard to focus on the road and trust the forms that parents have completed when their kids get on the bus without a mask. To our custodians working in these buildings from dusk to dawn with poor ventilation systems, I see you and I value you. I am thankful for the secretaries and instructional assistants who serve as part of our nurse coverage teams that puts them at a higher risk. But I also say thank you. Thank you to our administrators who are truly being put in these bad predicaments of complying with policies when they see they are taxing on their teachers, students, and the family they serve. I must say thank you to our students who continue to defy odds and show your resilience in learning in this virtual space. Thank you, Board of Education members and our district leaders for being the unicorn district to step up and take the precautionary measures to make sure that the safety of our students and our buildings are safe, for voting to allow us to teach and learn remotely when community spread demanded it. We need you to continue to serve and protect us. One of your key commitments is to create a safe and orderly working and learning environment. I know that's no easy solution, but we have given you 5 specific asks that would make our schools feel safer during this pandemic. Right now, ask yourself this personal reflection question. Have you yourself done your due diligence to ensure that every classroom, bus, and work site affords safety for our 19,000 employees and our 157 students? Let's stop being reactive. We need to be forward thinkers. Stop playing checkers and start playing chess. Our safety and the community spread deserves it and depends on you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Lawrence Brinson, and then I will do one last check with Mr. Root for any of the speakers that we missed earlier. So Mr. Brinson, go right ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, board, for allowing me this opportunity to speak before you tonight. I am Lawrence Brinson, the president of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Association of Educators, and we understand that there is a push to provide in-person learning and to return to normal. For educators, when we hear return to normal, that is returning to underfunded schools, underpaid staff, and unvaccinated educators, and overworked staff. As a parent and educator, I understand and know the issue from both sides. However, the side I'm most concerned with is the health and safety of educators and students. The spread of COVID in schools is lower in comparison to communities because schools have been in remote learning. Credible data with facts should be used to make informed decisions. School-age students are getting COVID and families. That data is not tracked credibly. Special consideration should be given for staff and students who were previously affected with the virus to be in school with others who have not been infected. However, we need to know how we're going to respond to the instances of educators who have tested positive and students who have tested positive for COVID in the past. We know that stagnant air in enclosed spaces for sustained periods of time is concerning, especially for commonly shared areas such as restrooms, front offices, smaller classrooms, etc. After many hours of professional development and hands-on experience, educators are distinguished and are delivering instruction. We are using remote platforms. Educators are going over and beyond to educate students, and students are learning. Thank you for your time and allow me to speak with you as you make.
Mr. Brinson. Okay, we have Charles Held or Gina Navarrete, Lynn Wilson with us.
No, none of the speakers returned, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right. So Madam Clerk, if there are any public comments that were sent via email, could you please read those into the record at this time?
There are no public comments by email, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So that concludes our requests from the public. Next, we're going to move on to our reports and information items. The first report is our budget amendments for December 2020. Mr. Superintendent?
As presented, Madam Chair.
Okay, next we have a report on financial statements for December 2020. Turn to the superintendent for this report.
As presented, Madam Chair.
All right, Next, we have a report on the matter of redistricting, which under North Carolina law must be done this year. And I'm going to turn to our general counsel to introduce this report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, it is time to draw new district lines, and I am super excited to be a member of that working group. Tonight, Charles Jeter will explain the redistricting process and walk us through our timeline. As you know, Charles is the Executive Director of Government Affairs, Policy, and Board Services. But prior to joining CMS, Charles served in the North Carolina General Assembly, and while there, he worked twice on redistricting statewide. He also served as a judge of the mock redistricting competition for UNC Chapel Hill, Wake Forest, and Campbell University Law Schools. So we are extremely fortunate to have Charles lead our working group and share information with you tonight. Charles, you're up.
Thank you, Madam General Counsel. I appreciate the introduction, members of the board. We are going to try to get through this as quickly as we can tonight. We think it's important, obviously, but I'm guessing people didn't come to see me. So if I could share my screen, which I cannot do. Ms. Kelly, can you share your screen, please? So we have a long PowerPoint presentation that thankfully Ms. Kelly is going to share for me. Redistricting in 2021, we are required, as Ms. Mays said, to redraw maps after every federal census. So just to give you an idea, this gives you a map of what it looked like in 2001 to 2011 and 2011 to 2021, which are the maps that we are currently operating under. The real reason I wanted everybody to see this is to give you a pretty good indication that even though those look very similar, each one of those districts does change precincts. So, I mean, there's a change in all 6 districts. As many of y'all know, we have 6 district representatives on the Board of Education, and you'll notice each one of them has some slight modification from the 2001 maps to the 2011 maps. With 195 precincts and the growth patterns we see in Mecklenburg County over a 10-year period, you know, there's obviously going to be changes as well. So just want to give everybody an idea that no matter what, expect some changes to these districts as we move forward throughout the year. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that this is really what our requirements are. Obviously, we're required to do it every decennial census, every 10 years. And, you know, I won't read these bullet points, but you can certainly see them. It is once we get that census data, then we will go through the process of getting the maps drawn, presenting them to the Board of Education, and having y'all vote on them. It is the request of the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections that we have our work completed and to them by June 30th of this year. That is because filing for the school board opens on July 26th. And so obviously we have an election scheduled this November. So filing will be this summer. So our timetable here is very, very quickly. For those of y'all are asking, 10 years ago, we didn't do it this quickly, and that is correct. In 2011, the Board of Education did not adopt their new calendar or their new district maps until your September 27th meeting. However, that was an at-large election year. So we weren't under the time constraint we are now because our 6 districts are on the ballot this year. So what we've done is we put together a work group, if you will, on the next slide. And the work group is made up of Andre Mays, who's our general counsel, Scott McCulley, who is our chief compliance officer and has worked with the board both in 2000 and 2011 in this process, myself, and Jennifer Holmes. Jennifer Holmes is our, what I call our GIS expert. She's the software expert and assists with the drawing of our school boundary lines. And frankly, this is the process we go through is very similar. We will use a computer program, which is actually made by the same company that does our student boundary lines. So Jennifer Holmes is our technical expert when it comes to the drawing in the maps once we get the algorithms and the criteria adopted, which lastly brings us to our calendar. So you'll notice I have this split between pre-census data and post-census data. That's intentional. We'll get into that in a second. Obviously tonight, we just want the public to be aware that this is a redistricting year for the Board of Education. People like to think of, the federal congressional districts and the state General Assembly, but the county commission, school board, and the cities that all have district races, we have to do it this year as well. So our scheduled calendar for this 4-person work group is tonight, just an introduction. We hope to come back to you at March 23rd and present to you some recommended map drawing criteria. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about map drawing criteria, obviously some of those are mandated by federal or state law. The old 1 person, 1 vote, for example, that's something that's traditionally called equal population. Obviously, that's one that y'all will have to adopt. There's about 3 or 4 that y'all will be required to adopt, but we will ask you to adopt anyway, just to make sure that it's part of our process. Another one is that districts have to be contiguous. But there are some that y'all will have options on. And give you an example is split precincts. As I mentioned, we have 195 precincts in Mecklenburg County. The software is available to now that where you can actually split a precinct between two different districts. The Board of Education does not currently do that. And it's my expectation that the work group is going to recommend y'all not allow that to happen. But those are the type of decisions that we'll bring to you on the 23rd and then follow back up on April 13th. And we will actually ask you to adopt that set criteria. And so we have a list of about 16 different items right now that we're working through. That list may grow or shrink depending upon the work group's efforts over the next couple of weeks. But on April 13th of this year, we expect to have in front of you recommended criteria that y'all can adopt. And that recommended criteria will, in essence, create the algorithm that is used to draw the maps. And hence where the line is. Because once we get to that point, we can't do anything until we get the census data. Constitutionally, the data is supposed to be provided to us by April 1st. However, right now we are hearing that date could be pushed back till April 30th. And there is some concern that it could be pushed back even further. So we do have a caveat, as you can see there in the asterisk leading to the appendage at the bottom, that these dates in the post-census data are dependent upon us getting that census data. And ultimately what we would do is once we have the census data and after the criteria vote, then the 4-person work group will get together and create a selection of 3 maps. We will bring those maps to y'all as a presentation and present them to y'all publicly and kind of walk you through them. We will then come back at the next board meeting, which will be June 8th, and we'll have a public hearing and a presentation on those final 3 maps and get y'all's feedback. From that, our plan would be on June 22nd to come back to y'all, have a public hearing, and offer you a recommended singular map from the redistricting work group. And so that's the calendar for events. Obviously, all of this goes on, all that is contingent upon us getting the census data, which is a little bit delayed this year, but we remain optimistic, cautiously optimistic, I would say. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Ms. Kelly, if you want to take that down.
All right. Who has the first question? Anybody? Is it that clear?
Listen, we do good work in the Office of General Counsel.
All right. Well, it sounds like you've got a good plan in place. Hopefully we will get those census numbers soon, and then all you'll have to do is flip a switch and, you know, run the census numbers through the formula that we establish and get those lines redrawn expeditiously. So thank you for your advance work. And 2021 is kind of turning out to be like 2020, where we've just got to roll with the punches, but hopefully we will get those census numbers in time to do what we need to do.
We'll get it done, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jeter. Okay, so next we have our readiness metrics report, and I'm going to turn to the superintendent for this report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I would like to call forward Damon Willis, who is our manager of district strategy, to present our readiness metrics report. He will be accompanied by Monica Adamian, our coordinated school health specialist, along with Christine Pajot, our chief human resources officer. Damon, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, and distinguished board members. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. So this CMS readiness dashboard, specifically for the week ending February 5th, 2021. And we'll begin with our public health metrics. So in terms of our case rate per 100,000, we continue to trend in the right direction. Last week, we were at 428.8 in terms of cases per 100,000. We're down to 368 this week. In terms of test positivity percentage, we're also trending towards moderate community spread. So last week we were at 11.7%, and this week we're at 10.5%. Next, we'll take a look at our district level case monitoring. And we'll begin with schools with cases. These are schools with at least one positive case. We had 77 schools report a positive case. So we remain in red, but we've also shifted downward in this metric as well. Last week, we were at 87 schools. In terms of schools with quarantined individuals, we remain in green. Moving on to our school level case monitoring. This is cases in a school. We remain in red with one school with over 10 positive cases reported. And that school is Mary Oaks Elementary. In terms of our school clusters, we remain in red for this metric as well. And those three schools with clusters are Lake Wiley Elementary, Butler High School, and North Mecklenburg High School. Next, individuals in active quarantine, we remain in green for this metric as well. Next, we'll take a look at district operational metrics, beginning with child nutrition. We remain in green for this metric, along with green status for transportation as well. Custodial staff coverage remains in yellow at 85.8%. And full-time nurse coverage also remains in yellow at 73%. And finally, we'll take a look at our school readiness metrics. In terms of our school readiness metrics, we remain in green in every category: instructional staff, school facility, our infection control and PPE supplies, as well as our health and safety training are all in green. At this point, I will open it up for questions or comments.
Okay. Any questions, anybody? Ms. Sawyer?
Just a clarification, you reported cases a large number of cases at Mary Oaks, I believe. And that is self-reporting by parents, because these students have not been in the building. So how are we, so I'm kind of puzzled as to how we're ensuring that those numbers are reflective of reality, since the health department would not be reporting those student cases to us.
I'm happy to address that question, Ms. Sawyer. And first, I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to share this important information with our families and our community. We have received feedback lately and more questions concerning what this particular stat means and whether it reflects the actual number of CMS students who are impacted by COVID-19, and it does not. So we get cases reported to us, or we include cases on this dashboard, I should say, from two different sources. The first source would be the Department of Health. So the Mecklenburg County Department of Health shares with us information when a student tests positive, if that student has been on site within 14 days of the time the student tested positive. So because we've been in a period of remote learning, then yes, we rely on that second source of information, and that's through families contacting us and letting us know that a child in their household has tested positive. It's important for us to continue to note that because of course we still have staff periodically reporting to buildings to perform essential services, and we want to make sure those protocols are in place. But we did add a footnote to the dashboard to clarify this point because we have received many questions, such as the one you just presented, that this data is not intended to represent the total number of positive cases that have impacted our students across the board. It is simply the cases that either the Mecklenburg County of Health has reported to us or that have been reported to us by parents or guardians.
And I just have one other related question on the dashboard. You talk about readiness in terms of instructional staff on average. And I'm wondering if that means that individual schools are all ready as well, because you can have, on average, things be fine, but have individual schools that may or may not have a staffing challenge.
Absolutely, and that's a very important point. We understand that these challenges are weighing heavy on not only our leaders in the district, our principals who are managing the staffing situation, but also our staff, especially staff who've put in requests to work remotely because they are high risk. So with that said, you're exactly right. So this dashboard is representing the overall district's stance in terms of number of leaves, number of vacancies, and number of pending leave applications that we have. So school by school, that does not necessarily mean that because we are in green that a particular school is not experiencing those challenges. And that's part of the reason why I suspect we heard feedback earlier this evening from some of our staff who said that not everyone, for example, who has been approved for high risk remote work can be accommodated completely to be able to work remotely, because each principal in conjunction with HR and that employee, we really go through an individual analysis based on the enrollment at a particular school. For example, how many of those students at a particular school are enrolled in full remote academy versus those who are going to be reporting for in-person services, which means that some schools may experience more of a challenge than others.
I've heard that some schools have sort of made a blanket statement that they will not honor any of the remote learning requests because they don't want to be unfair. Is that a fair characterization of some of our schools?
It's not, and unfortunately that is misinformation, and I can understand why somebody who's personally gone through the experience may have that perception, but that is certainly not the case. In fact, at the end of last calendar year, we put in processes into place where, yes, you heard of almost like a bifurcated approval process. It's really not that. Initially, what happens is employees can apply to human resources, specifically teachers, who typically would have the ability to perform their work remotely. And then HR reviews that medical documentation or whatever the documentation is that would support eligibility. So once that eligibility is determined, then approvals are issued conditionally, which means the default is that we would expect schools to be able to accommodate those employees. Well, because of enrollment at the school, or because of the number of, more specifically, the number of people who are coming in person, also the staffing situation at the school. So some schools could experience a higher number of leave requests or people who are out, or the number of vacancies. We may come into situations, I shouldn't even say may, we have run into situations where it's not possible for us to accommodate all staff. So what happens at that point is we have a very specific process where human resources, a representative from HR, along with the principal and the impacted team member, come together and have a conversation about what other accommodations can be provided. So I can share some specific examples of that. So if we are not able to promote or provide an opportunity for that employee to work remotely all of the time, there might be a part-time rotating schedule that's made available. In some instances, we've arranged for the team member to have a separate entrance and exit. In other instances, we've arranged for the team member to be able to have less in-person students in their classroom. So we even further reduce the amount of kids or individuals that may be around that individual. We have, of course, for every employee, we've made face coverings and PPE available, but in some instances, and actually in any instance when an employee wants one, we have also made face shields available to employees. So those are just some examples of why I think we've gotten some situations, or there may be a perception that CMS, for whatever reason, may not be able to approve all those requests, but we do have a very objective process in place to be able to do that equitably and fairly across the district. And I would encourage any employees who have concerns about that to reach back out to HR, because our team is fantastic in terms of being able to get back with the staff. And then we will work with those administrators to make sure that process is handled in the way that I just described.
Thank you very much. Is there a move afoot to expand that dashboard to reflect school level conditions? Because I think that's going to become even more critical as we reopen and have cases and quarantines popping up.
That is certainly feedback that we have considered and will continue to take steps to determine whether or not we can bring that back as a proposal or a possible addition. So yes, we're not there at this time, but that is certainly feedback that is well received.
Thank you very much. That's all.
So I see Ms. Cheek, then Ms. De La Hara, then Ms. Ship.
And I apologize, I forgot to say my name because we all need to remember to do that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so that was Ms. Sawyer from District 4. And next we will go to Ms. Cheek from District 1.
Hi, so my question is a little bit tagging on to what Ms. Sawyer just said. One of our parents that spoke, that's an advocate, brought up the fact that there seems to be a disconnect between the total number of school-age children that the health department's reporting, which we know don't all go to CMS. So that's a disconnect in and of itself, because we know not every school-age child in Mecklenburg County is at CMS, but the vast majority are. And there's a disconnect between the number of students that we're reporting, yet we were only reporting students that were actually in person on our dashboard, if I'm not correct. And we're trying to be more inclusive and report more. Am I kind of following in that direction right now?
So yes, Ms. Cheek, we will report cases that we become aware of through families if we do not get that information from the county, because that student may not have been in person on site at CMS. We also do not, however, report instances where students who test positive, if they are enrolled in our full remote academy, they're not represented on this dashboard.
Okay, unless they might be a high school student who is involved in extracurricular activities, correct?
Right, and that's where the contact tracing comes into play. So and that speaks to why I believe, and again, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Department of Health, but as part of the contact tracing process, there is a public health reason to notify us, obviously, if people are individuals, students, or employees are on site, and that would cause other people to have been in close proximity and potentially need to be notified when they're in that situation. So it's really all goes back to the contact tracing process. So yes, if the student or the adult has been on campus, then we would get that information from the Department of Health as part of their process, but we also get information from families, which then we cross-reference internally to make sure that we're not reporting in duplicate. But I do think it's fair to say that this dashboard does not represent, and in fact, it underrepresents the number of students who are actually or who have actually tested positive, who are members of the CMS community.
So I think what you just said, just to kind of recap one little piece that might be very crucial. We have 57,000, I think, students in full remote. Is that the number? I think that's the magic number, somewhere around there. So they're not, unless they're a high school student. So any K through 8, pre-K through 8 full remote academy student that would test test positive or have contact tracing updates, they would not show up on our dashboard ever if they're not in the high school. The only reason high school students in full remote would show up is if they're in extracurricular activities.
That's correct.
So that is a big gap there that I think some parents might not be connecting. So if a student is a student K through 12, K through 8 is not going to show up at all if they're full remote, and 9 through 12 is not going to show up unless they're in extracurricular activities. And so the one thing, I do thank you for this, and Mr. Willis, I wanted to say, you mentioned that the numbers came down from last week. It's come down significantly in the last month since you've been coming to present to us, actually. I think the first time we saw you present, it was 16 point something, I think 4, if I'm not mistaken, 16.4% positivity. And we were in a much different environment. And I was very anxious at that meeting about what the numbers I was seeing. So I want to highlight that it's not just a 1 week drop. It's been a consistent drop. And just for a little extra information, we don't track hospitalizations because that's not our wheelhouse. But it's really significant in our state to track it because it shows the impact on the healthcare system and the strain on staff. And Monica knows that I'm huge about nurses and hospital staff, so I always talk about it. But we're down from 39 to 80 about 3 weeks ago, statewide hospitalization, to in the 2300s today. That's a significant drop. It's back down to where we were back in November. And locally, the hospitals are all down about 30% of where they were a month ago. So the strain on our healthcare system, which is a huge factor for me, and it's a huge factor in the health and well-being of our community, is much improved than we were a month ago. I'm still just super concerned about the disconnect between the health department contact tracing and CMS. And I am going to share that the administrators and the principals I'm talking to are really telling me that contact tracing is probably their biggest headache right now, that's the biggest thing. And I know hopefully we're going to talk a little bit about some solutions to that in a little bit here. But I just want to keep pointing that out. We can only control the part that we can control, but perhaps we can figure out a way to bridge the gap between ourselves and the health department on the reporting of students. Anything we can do that makes the public see things in a more transparent way is going to be beneficial. So I appreciate everything that y'all are doing. Fabulous, heroic work. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. De La Hara and then Ms. Ship.
Thank you. Kind of going along the same theme with Ms. Cheek and Ms. Sawyer, it is a big disconnect that we have in the community between the understanding of our numbers coming from Mecklenburg County Health Department and CMS. One solution that I have proposed to address this directly to Director Harris is I believe that Mecklenburg County Health should be reporting all pediatric cases. If they took that responsibility, then we wouldn't have to have this cross-checking going on and maybe the parents tell us and who's in here and who's there. And I know there's this idea that's come up recently about, well, we haven't been in class, so we shouldn't report them. And I get that. So that's why I went back and looked at December 11th to give us a little bit more data on when we did have the most of our students that we've had over this whole year. And that particular week in our reporting, we had 43,615 students that were on campus. Still then, we only had 67 cases that CMS reported, yet there were 453 pediatric cases. And by that, I mean ages 5 through 17. We do know that we have preschoolers, so we would have 4-year-olds and theoretically maybe some 18-year-olds that were playing basketball or something like that may show up. But more or less, there were 453 pediatric cases reported in Mecklenburg County, yet we only reported 67. And I agree that, of course, I understand that we don't include our full remote academy numbers, but what would be very helpful, and I just want the public to know that some of us have requested this very specifically from Mecklenburg County, is tell us, because the way this looks, it looks like 386 cases occurred in private and charter schools, which may be the case. I mean, that may be it. But of course, as we heard tonight from the public, folks say, well, there are no cases, we got no problems going on in private, there's nothing going on here or there. And so I think it just creates, because of course there must be, you know, it would just be simpler if we had straight up numbers that said 150 come from private, 100 come from CMS. We pull out the full remote academy numbers. There's 75 true cases, and the other 50 are in charter or homeschool. There could be children that are homeschool. I just think that the inconsistencies in the data has produced a lot of anxiety. And particularly when, of course, we have other governing bodies that are relying upon inconsistent data coming from counties to then, you know, base policy. So I just sort of wanted to explain that and reiterate. And Ms. Peugeot, I know you have spoken with members and sort of carried that message, but I guess in a public sense, I also wanted to just reiterate why that is important, and hope that we continue to take that fight, if you will, or that, I mean, I just think it makes good public policy. Why wouldn't we want our public to know? And I'm not suggesting that we name the private schools, because I don't think that they have to report out. And I'm not suggesting we blame them in any particular way. I just think it would be good public policy to know how many are private, how many are CMS, how many are other public schools and or homeschool. And then we could just get to the bottom of it and not have it be quite so complicated, and know that we're working from data that's really helpful or accurate and transparent. Transparent, I think, is key. In thinking about something that Ms. Sawyer just said about the school level, and I understand that you said we're not there yet, but we might be. I would like to reiterate that request, if you will. I think it is going to become important. And Mr. and Superintendent, if we could have a plan for how we look at which schools are, you know, if you decide to exercise your authority to take a particular school or a particular grade level or a particular program as a subset of the school, I'd like to have an idea, maybe you already know, like, how do you plan on reporting that back to us so that we can look at trends of how that authority is being exercised? Could you speak to me a little bit about that, either Mr. Superintendent or Ms. Peugeot, if you know?
Yes, Ms. De La Hara, I will certainly defer to the board for how you would like that information presented. We can provide it in a report format, bring it to the board, or we could do an executive summary and share it with board members. We could be a little less formal if that is desired, but certainly we can provide that information based on how the board would like to receive it.
Okay.
And I'd like to clarify, it's not an issue where we are not monitoring that and working closely with principals and our learning community superintendents. So we certainly have that, but when you say in a report format that's suitable for public consumption, sharing with the board, that's a different story. So really we've really been all hands on deck in HR and other departments to be able to first address the employee issues and to troubleshoot those issues school by school. So for example, even with the custodial staffing, right? We are cautiously optimistic, yet caution is caution. So we have already taken steps. Our building services leaders have taken steps to ensure that not only can we proactively leverage staff by moving them to different places to the extent that we need to if we have gaps at individual schools, and they have gone individually school by school to see where we have those vacancies and leaves. But we also, for example, have employment contracts set up and on standby to bring in contingent workforce or temporary workers to be able to help close the gap where we see a need at a particular site. So I certainly don't want my comments to be misconstrued in that we don't have that preparation in the works and that we're not actively doing those things. Mm-hmm. But then in order to take that and turn that into an instrument that would be useful to report out with also takes a lot of legwork and logistics behind the scenes. And we are so incredibly stretched by trying to help employees and our leaders and our principals get through this situation. And in fact, many times our own staff, even in HR and other departments, is dealing with the same situations and issues and challenges that all of our school-based and other central office staff are experiencing. So it has been quite the challenge all the way around, but we will certainly do our best to be able to get that into a format that we can better inform the board with.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll certainly speak with the superintendent, as I'm sure others will, and maybe we can come up with something that makes sense, that is not, overly taxing, but comes in a straightforward format so that we can pay attention to where, we heard teachers or educators speak tonight about possibly, having to look to resign and do different things. So I'd like to see which schools or what type of positions are being long-term subs are being sought for after, et cetera, and that sort of thing, so that we have an idea of what's happening with our labor, with our staffing. Along that same lines, when we were talking about the number of requests for remote work and sometimes the inability to accommodate those requests, I've also gotten word that some teachers are looking at their schedules and there are certain classes that they're realizing they have one student in. And I know you talked about, Ms. Peugeot, possibly having certain teachers work in a rotation or trying to make other accommodations. If after we're back for the first 3 weeks, I guess in particular high school, I think this is more of a high school concern, would there be opportunity and reevaluation on the part of the principal to somehow combine classes? I mean, we don't want more students, but if it's one student and one teacher can have 2 students, and somehow that then allow for that accommodation for someone who's been pre-approved for a remote work environment to be able to take that opportunity, will we be looking at those type of options as well?
And before you answer that, Ms. Peugeot, I'm just going to remind my colleagues that we have, following this readiness metrics report, we're going to have a report on return to in-person instruction. And so if you could differentiate your questions. And right now, let's talk about the metrics report that was just reported to us.
Okay, yeah. Do we want to hold that one for later, or do you want to?
I mean, you've already asked it. If Ms. Peugeot's ready to answer it, we can go ahead and answer it.
At least from the people side of the house, and I certainly would want to defer to my colleagues like Dr. Matt Hayes and others to be able to speak to the principal side of the equation. We never consider the matter of an employee accommodation to be permanently closed out. And I don't really like to say the word never, but that's really to emphasize that it is an ongoing dialogue. It is an interactive process. So should a situation change and the principal uses that principal's discretion to be able to make changes to that calendar that would then allow for an employee to have more of that flexibility, then we would certainly encourage and promote that. And that's what we want to see happen. And while we have had many, I would say, employees who have not been able to be fully accommodated in their requests, we have also had many employees who are working fully in a remote capacity. And I would just urge the public and our staff to understand that we want to do what's right by each and every individual teacher and staff member that we have in our buildings, understanding that our primary mission is to serve all students, including the ones, whether they are remote or whether they are in person. So that's why sometimes we have to scale back based on our call and our mission, but we are still doing that with the utmost health and safety of our staff in mind. So I think that hopefully that addresses your question, at least from the HR standpoint.
It does, and I completely appreciate the perspective of waiting, and maybe we can hear from Dr. Hayes in the next segment, and I'll hold off to see if something like that is something that can be addressed. Thank you, Ms. Peugeot.
Okay, Ms. Shipp, do you have any questions on the metrics report that we were just presented with?
Well, I think I did, but I think most of them have been answered. I think Ms. Peugeot talked about the yellow, the group that was in yellow. I think you mentioned that they really need to be cautious about that because I know we did not have all the other buildings open. So we were sharing staff among those buildings. So the plan now that we wouldn't be able to share any of those staff, you have a plan for what we're going to do with the shortage of custodians and some of the other staff. Exactly. I think that was mentioned.
That's right. We have contracts in place with employment agencies that can help provide custodial staffing services to us if need be, and we are not able to cover it by redeploying staff to locations that need it the most.
Right. And that was my biggest, and the other ones, I'm really concerned. I think some of the others, Ms. Delahara and Ms. Sawyer may have mentioned it. I'm really concerned about, do you really see that there is inequities among how teachers are having opportunities that go for moving to remote learning or being immunocompromised? Is this really up to the principal as opposed to HR? It seems to be a real confusion there about, is it HR's decision or is it the administrative position? I think that's what we've heard a lot of. I've heard it personally. I've talked to some staff who've talked about it. Is it really now on the principal to say, I need you back in my building and therefore you will have to come back? Or is this still an HR? Where is it?
Sure, I'm happy to summarize that again. Initially, the requests come to HR, and HR approves on the basis of a person's, whatever the reason is that's supporting the request. Okay, the person, it has to apply to the individual, and that individual has to be considered in the high risk category. In other words, being high risk for contracting a serious illness or becoming seriously ill if they were to contract COVID. So once that process is undertaken, the default position is that we would like that principal to work with the employee to allow the employee to work remotely if possible. That's where we have a conversation with the principals. It does not at that point mean that the principal unilaterally decides that, well, I don't like that situation and I want this teacher to come in. That is not how our process works. And I really, really do want to emphasize that because it's critically important for our team members to know that we do have a process in place that involves the employee, HR, and the principal, so that when there is a situation where the staffing at a particular school does not allow us to be able to fully accommodate the employee because we have got to be in a position where we can serve in-person students, then we take other steps and provide alternative accommodations to the extent that we can so that we can help the employee. So what I can tell you in terms of an equity lens, I think when you're a person that has to go through this conversation, you might think, well, why is this happening to me? Why is my colleague at another school allowed to continue to work fully remote? Well, I want to assure that employee that it is based on objective criteria, and we are not always able to accommodate, again, just based on that student enrollment. And one thing that is really driving that and why we might see some regions impacted higher than others is, in fact, we have seen the highest number of requests for remote work in our Southwest region. So that means we have more people at more schools in that particular region than we have in any other region. So in other regions, we may be able to accommodate, and even at other schools, more greatly than we can at certain schools where they might have more than the average number of requests just at a single school. That was a really long answer, but that
was good. That was good because people need to hear that is how that really goes, because I think they're really concerned about that. And then some of them are feeling like they have to take leave, right? If it comes to, they really have concerns, they can take leaves that they're opted to take, but that requires them doing what? More paperwork or saying that they're definitely gonna be out for a certain period of time, and that involves some pay issues.
So yeah, they would contact our leaves department, and we have that information in our website and also in the return to work manuals that are constantly updated with the most latest information. And it really is like a one-stop shop when it comes to leaves. So we still have, depending upon a person's eligibility, now there could be a number of reasons why people may qualify for a leave and a certain type of leave, but they would just go to one place to be able to describe what their concern is or the condition giving rise to whatever leave it is that they are applying to. And then our leaves department would look at that. It's not necessarily a very quick process, but I want to explain that as well. RH staff clearly is working through an increased number of applications than what we've historically seen because of the pandemic. But we also want the public to understand, and our teachers to understand, all of our staff to understand, that we also have to rely on information that's shared with us from them. So sometimes it takes time for that employee to get us that information so that we can conduct the appropriate review and then hopefully be able to approve the leave for them. And again, there are certain eligibility requirements that employees need to meet for each type of leave, but those leaves are fully described on our website so employees can navigate that and become aware of what is available to them. And they can always contact leave staff to be able to ask more specific questions, and they can also submit their form electronically.
Thank you for that, because I think that is one that really needed to be shared well. Thank you so much. And for what you all are doing. I know this is a tough situation in this department, always, HR.
Okay, any other questions about the metrics that were just presented with us, presented to us? Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. And I'm not sure whether this question was referred to the metrics that were just issued or whether they're going to come up in a next one. But I've heard many of my constituents are concerned about our older facilities, our older schools that may be having some issues with being safe, and more specifically with the air. I noticed that the metric in this report just says our facilities are green, whatever, all, the sum total of all the CMS facilities. And I know there is one report that lists children and staff school by school, but I don't think I've ever seen a facilities report school by school. And I'm wondering, are our older schools the ones that have the most issues? And are some of our older schools still waiting for parts to fix whatever or to remediate whatever it is that needs to be fixed to make the school safe?
Ms. Byers-Bailey, I would, if you're comfortable with us taking this question in the actual in-person, the next report that's coming up.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I wasn't sure what was in the next report.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any more questions for this report before we move on to the next one? Okay, thank you very much. And next I'm going to turn it back to you, Superintendent Winston, for a report on our readiness to return to in-person instruction on February 15th.
Good evening, and thank you again, Madam Chair and board members. I wanted to say that, we are less than 1 week away from returning our students and our staff to our buildings for in-person learning. Our pre-K students with disabilities for whom in-person instruction is indicated based on an IEP process, our K-5 students and students in our K-8 schools will return Monday to in-person instruction. Now that following Monday, which is February the 22nd, our students in traditional 6-8 middle schools and those in high schools will enter our buildings on their assigned rotations. These are the dates that we have long awaited and for which much preparation has been completed. And I want to thank our staff for the preparations and the plans that they have helped put in place. We do approach this return very mindful that COVID-19 remains a threat in our community. But we believe with the practices and the procedures that we put in place to reduce the risk, we won't be able to eliminate all risk. That is impossible. But we do believe we put practices and procedures in place to reduce those risks as much as possible. We're confident also that we're ready to proceed with in-person instruction. And so with that, our Deputy Superintendent of Academics, Dr. Matt Hayes, will now present a brief update on our readiness. Dr. Hayes, you are up.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston, Madam Chair, and the board. This evening, we'll share with you our return to in-person instructional update. We want to first of all say thank you to Ms. Pajot and her team who was able to share with us the metrics this evening. I want to remind everybody that the metrics are designed to inform and influence our conversations. So we will maintain our current plan in full remote learning through February the 12th, 2021. As approved by the CMS Board of Education on January the 14th, we will return students to in-person instruction on the following dates. February the 15th, kindergarten through 5th grade and kindergarten through 8th grade students on an AA remote BB rotation. Pre-K and students with disabilities who have been identified through the IEP process to receive in-person services will return on a daily rotation. February the 22nd, middle and high schools will return on a 3-week rotation, which is A, B, and C. We will begin to evaluate the opportunities to increase in-person frequency of our students as they return. I just also wanted to state to everyone that seems a very simple statement to make, but I do also want to make sure that everyone understands that as we evaluate students coming back into our buildings, there are several things that we must consider. Some of those things, which we are not limited just to these, but are transportation, food services, custodial services, staffing, social distancing, as well as several guidelines that were set by our governor that are still in place for both our middle and high school students, specifically around only being able to transport 24 students per bus and 6 feet distancing in the building. I want to also make sure that everyone knows that it is critical that everyone continue to observe safety measures during and outside of the school hours. This is a community-wide effort and it demands a community commitment. So first, I'd like to share with you our K-5 and K-8 return to in-person instruction. Once again, as we stated, starting on the 15th, we will have students in Group A that will come back on the 15th and 16th. There will be a remote day on the 17th, and then we will pick up with Group B on the 18th and 19th, and they will continue on with that rotation. Teachers and school-based staff will report on February the 11th. On February the 15th, return to in-person instruction. We will also have additionally on the 15th, our pre-K students, as well as our students with disabilities who have been identified through the IEP process and will receive in-person services, will return on a daily rotation. Our after-school enrichment program and our before-school enrichment program sites will open on the 15th in elementary schools. Our middle and high school return to in-person instruction. Students enrolled in the middle and high school as assigned to in-person instruction will attend school 5 days per week on an A, B, and C rotation. In-person rotations will begin on the 22nd. Group B will be on March the 1st, and Group C will be on March 8th. We do have a calendar that's here. This calendar will be, is part of the consent items for later on the agenda. And the reason for that is because we had to make an adjustment because we have a state required ACT testing for our 11th graders that will take place on February the 23rd, and it has to be in person as required by the state. This will be a full remote day for all high school students who are not taking the ACT exam in person. For our middle and high school teachers and school-based staff will return on February the 18th. We apologize for the inconvenience to Group A for bringing you in and then having to have you out for a day for those that are not our 11th graders and some 12th graders. But we did not want to put off going ahead and getting started with your rotation and getting you into the schools. So child of staff for support, there are daily on-site options for children and school-based staff and bus drivers. All K-8 children and school-based staff, bus drivers are eligible. Children must be enrolled into CMS. K-8 students may attend their assigned school or the school in which their parent or guardian works. If choosing the school at which the parent or guardian works, the grade span for that child, for that parent, guardian's school must include the student's grade of enrollment. Full day options are offered during the student's 2-week remote learning period. Students will participate in their remote learning supervised by school staff. Students will not participate in in-person learning with their teachers during this time, and supervision will be provided during the normal bell schedule by school-based staff as assigned by the principal before and after school care is not provided and must be determined separately by the parents. Transition between in-person and full remote. We've had a lot of questions from many of emails that have come out from our families which have asked about the transition between in-person and full remote. I do want to state up front that we have had 3 opportunities for our families to transition. Those transition periods during the course of the year were afforded to our families in that opportunity. So they created the least amount of discourse to our schools and the learning environment for our students. But we do have at this point in time a hardship opportunity that we have always had throughout our schools in several years, even before we had COVID and the pandemic. In a hardship case, family may request to transfer between in-person instruction and full remote academy in writing via email, fax, or letter assigned to the school's registrar. Requests will be handled at the school level and are not guaranteed. Requests may be approved if the school can reasonably accommodate the request without major disruptions to the class size scheduling and the request meets at least one of the following criteria. One, a member of the household receives a new medical diagnosis, which puts the person in a high-risk category, a sudden change in access to child care, a sudden change to the family's finances or employment, or a change in school assignment due to a move or approved transfer. Students requesting a transfer to in-person instruction may have a lag in transportation eligibility or to be able to receive that transportation. If this does occur, there will be a time period where we will have to have our families transport those students until we can make sure that a bus is secured. Normal time for that is 1 to 2 weeks. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. Also want to make it very clear that if there is a request and approval is granted, it is for the duration of the current school year for 2021. So thinking about our preparation for in-person return, we want to let everyone know that the district-wide Connect 5 messages will be sent to families beginning on February the 10th to remind them of student attendance rotations. Principals, once again, are going through their readiness checklist. They'll do that by Friday of this week to make sure that they have everything that they need. Learning community superintendents sent out a PPE update back in January the 6th and the 7th. Operations made sure that they provided that PPE to those principals and to those schools. That has not been disrupted. It is still sitting at the schools waiting on students to attend. Bus drivers are out running routes starting February the 11th for February the 15th start date. And principals were given refresher courses on the protocols and managing facilities and overseeing staff by our central office staff several weeks ago. And operations sent out an air quality initiative update for principals and teachers this week, just to make sure everyone understands the short-term things that have been done, the long-term things that have been done, and also on there was some suggestions to those classroom teachers about increasing airflow. So just want to remind everybody, as we begin to bring students back to in-person, we know that this is something that was being done routinely at our elementary schools and for our K-8s and pre-Ks, but we just want to take a few minutes to make sure we revisit the symptom screening and bus attestation form. All students attending in person will need to complete the symptom screener prior to arrival each day. All students riding a bus to school will complete an attestation form that will be given to their driver at the beginning of their rotation and for each of the weeks that they are in session. The bus driver would then turn those forms into the office so we have those on file. I also want to make sure that everyone understands that symptom screening and temperature checks are required for anyone entering our school buildings. Employees will receive an email to complete the screener. Other visitors can access a QR code to take the screener. Those QR codes are located on the front doors of all of our buildings. So mask wearing. Mask wearing is mandatory. Well, there is an exception, and we'll talk about that for just a minute. For the large majority of everyone else, mask wearing is mandatory. All students and staff members are required to wear a mask. All visitors entering a CMS school or building will be required to wear a mask. Face shields are available at our schools. There is one per staff. A face mask, a shield does not substitute for a face mask. So we need to make sure that everyone understands that if you have the shield on, it's there as extra protection, but you still got to have that mask on. Mecklenburg County Public Health encourages everyone to wear a multi-layer 2 to 3 ply face mask when that is available. Neck gaiters are not considered face mask and will not be permitted in schools as a valid face covering. Those are the things that we see individuals wear around their necks and they pull them up to cover their mouth and nose. They will not be permitted in the schools as a valid face covering or mask. So please make sure that you do not have those on. Families of students with qualifying conditions may request an exemption to this requirement by completing the request for the face mask exemption form. You can find that at your school by emailing the principal, also the school nurse. I will also let you know that that will be posted here in the next few days on our website where you can access that to complete that form. So extracurricular activities. Swimmers and divers resumed on February the 5th for the North Carolina High School Athletic Association regional competitions. These individuals were swimmers and divers that had already secured spots in the regional competitions through their times and scores that they had received during the regular season. In-season athletic teams resumed practices and games on February the 8th. Out-of-season athletic teams resumed skill development workouts on February the 15th. Some after-school high school arts activities will begin on February the 8th. These arts programs, including band, music, dance, theater, will be offered on a voluntary basis, and it will require parents' permission for the student to participate. They will also be utilizing strict COVID protocols and safety practices aligned with those that have been put in place by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association for athletics and also with CMS. Principals and families will be updated as student activities are approved for in-person participation. Until then, we do encourage all of our school-sponsored clubs, organizations, and other activities to please continue to host all of these opportunities for our students in a virtual format. And just as I started off at the beginning of these slides, I want to make sure that it is very clear to everyone that it is critical that everyone continue to observe safety measures during and outside of school hours. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a community-wide effort. It demands demands the community commitment to making sure that we are doing what's right, not only while students are in school, but also as we are monitoring our own students when they are not in school. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Winston to speak to you about an upcoming vaccination opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes. We're going to wrap this report up with some great news. One topic that I know is on the top of mind of our student-facing staff members is access to the COVID vaccine. This weekend, we will be partnering with Novant Health to provide access to employees age 65 and older at their vaccine event scheduled for Saturday at the Spectrum Center. At least 1,000 appointments will be available for our CMS employees. We have communicated via email and voicemail to our eligible employees today, and we encourage all eligible staff to use the online appointment registration portal to secure their spot at the clinic. For our employees who may have difficulty accessing the online portal, we ask that you please reach out to your supervisor. Next slide. So last weekend, we also partnered with Novant Health to conduct a vaccine clinic for our eligible employees at McClinic Middle School. 165 employees age 65 and older, and some of our healthcare related staff members received the first dose of the vaccine at that clinic. Between these two clinics, we are confident that all CMS employees 65 and older will have had an opportunity to access the vaccine. We continue to advocate, and I think this is extremely important, we continue to advocate for all student-facing staff to get access to the vaccine. Once our state and our county public health officials open access to the next group of eligibility, we will do everything we can to offer the flexibility for our student-facing staff to get the vaccine. Our principals are aware of this district priority, and will work with staff to make sure that they receive access when they are eligible to do so. With that, that concludes our report. Madam Chair, I will turn it back over to you.
And I am happy to transition to questions on an encouraging note. I'm so glad that, so grateful for our partners, whether in the County Health Department or whether with Novant, for working with us to make vaccines available for, specifically for CMS staff who are 65 and over. And I'm very hopeful that the minute that the next group opens up, that we're going to have an efficient plan to get our student-facing staff vaccinated. We're pushing our partners really hard on this. It's just so important for safe in-person school, and it's more than the teachers. It's so important to get the teachers vaccinated, but just a reminder to everybody, we're talking bus drivers, we're talking custodians, we're talking the folks in the cafeteria. All these employees need to get vaccinated, and I'm excited with the CMS communication system that we can get the word out. If we can arrange some big events, we can get the word out to our staff and really address some of the the vaccine access equity gaps that we've seen in Mecklenburg County. So with that, I will recognize board members for questions, and I see Ms. Cheek to start off, then Ms. Shipp, then Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. This is Rhonda Cheek, District 1. So I'm going to start with one question for Dr. Hayes. So, you know, I'm super excited that Monday kids are going to be getting on buses and heading into our classrooms. I would be even more excited if they were going more days than 2. So I wanted to just bring it up so that the public can hear that the advocacy is there and the desire is there to return students to a more robust schedule. Wake County is K-3, they're 5 days a week. I would love for us to do a rotation of the younger kids especially. I'm talking K-5, and figure out a way to get them into the building at least 4 days a week. So I want to just ask, is that something we're working on? And you can probably give a real quick answer on that. But then the second part is, can you reiterate the problem we have when the governor says he wants all the kids to be in school, but yet we can't fit them all on buses because of a different regulation? So can you kind of give us a little bit of that? Because we need to make sure that our legislative partners and the people in the community hear that problem with busing so they can share that with the governor's office.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I will say that as I stated, there's a lot of things that we will be considering over the first couple of days and also into the first couple of weeks that we will take under consideration, that we will hopefully be able to increase the frequency of students in our building. I think that's key for those students, especially those that have chosen to be in person. We want to make sure that we're giving them that opportunity when it's available. You are correct. One thing that we have to make sure that is top of mind is, especially in our secondary schools, our middle and high schools, they are still under the governor's B. And what that means is that unlike our elementary schools that are coded as A, which means they can put more students on a bus, our middle and high school students can only have 24 students per bus. They also must maintain a 6-foot distancing at all times. So what that does is that changes. Right now, we have several of our high schools that until we actually get to running the routes, we have several of our high schools that actually will be doing double routes. We have double route buses because we're not able to put extra students on that bus. Now, what that means is if the governor's saying 24, then 24 is 24. That was, that was in the bill. So if it says, if you put 25, 26, we violated that. So we've got to make sure that's one of the things that we have to keep, that will be top of mind as we bring students back into the school, and that we will be monitoring as we go through the first couple of weeks.
So one really crucial thing the community could do right now is if they do not plan to use bus transportation, they could notify the school. I mean, I know we've already had the bus survey, but if something has changed and you're not going to be using the bus, call them tomorrow. Call them tomorrow. Call the school tomorrow where your child goes and tell them you're not going to be on the bus. My second question is more of or comment is about the vaccine situation. I'm super happy that we are partnering with our health organizations in Mecklenburg County. We have two of the largest. We have actually the one healthcare system had the largest vaccine clinic in the Southeast, if not the nation, recently. Vaccines are crucial to turning the tide, and part of the reason that we're seeing the numbers that I mentioned earlier is because vaccines are getting into arms. It's also the post-holiday surge, but vaccines are getting into arms right now of the people that have the highest rate of death. People over the age of 65 represent 83% of the deaths in our country. So I want to tell people that are advocating for people to be bumped up ahead of the 65-year-olds to please stop. Because the first thing we can do to fix the healthcare crisis and the demand on our healthcare system is to get the arms in the shots of the people that are getting the sickest and dying. And that is the 65 and older crowd. We're doing a great job of getting shot in arms. People are still being resistant and they're still having trouble. So we just want to encourage everybody to get vaccines that's in the eligible groups right now. I really want all student-facing staff to be very open to the fact of getting a vaccine. I'm still hearing a lot of people that are anxious about wanting to get it. I know a few people that are in the older age group that have done very well. I've had my vaccine now 2 weeks, and I pray every day about antibodies being built in my body for the vaccine. I would want us to continue to advocate for our student-facing staff, being cognizant of the fact that there are essential workers that have been out there every day for the 323 days we've been closed down, bringing us our Amazon deliveries and our mail and stocking the shelves at the grocery stores and working at the front desk at doctor's offices and working in manufacturing facilities so that we have PPE and we have tires for cars and we have all those things. They're all essential. And I hear a lot from the people in the community that feel that there's some kind of hierarchy going on or some talk about that. So I would just really ask people to be cognizant of that. Everybody that's an essential worker in group 3 is going to be crucial to be vaccinated to stop community spread and to keep our economy going. So I'm hoping that that comes soon. But what I would encourage, I hope that we have all of those slots filled on Saturday at this vaccine clinic for our 65 plus employees. And that's just my own personal public announcement. So I want us to be really cognizant of what we're saying because essential workers are all essential, whether they're student-facing CMS staff or whether they're the Amazon stockers and whether they're the postal workers, they're all essential. And I'm thankful that they'll be in the next group that gets vaccinated. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, so next I have Ms. Shipp and then Ms. Byers-Bailey and then Dr. Jones. Ms. Shipp?
Yes, I have, in talking about vaccinations and I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Ms. Chika said, that I have family members and we still have a lot of people in that 65 plus age group, you're exactly right, that have not even gotten their vaccines yet. And we're still pushing to get their vaccines. So it's really hard because you don't want to see people move really above that group when many of them need to still get their shots and they're waiting. And it has been a concern. So I hope that we will definitely see more and more of our teachers and staff, get theirs. But I think it's important that we do know that there's still a great need in the community. Some of the faith-based organizations, they're opening up clinics right now. They're going to have some on Saturdays. Some of the churches are doing that just to get more people, and still we on the 65 plus group. So that's just really been a big thing. And I'm kind of making a public announcement too, that I hope that people know that, that's still a burden. But I want to talk about, are we still looking at testing? I've talked to other districts and they have testing for, sufficient testing going on a regular basis. And have we looked at testing, being available for teachers, especially as we bring back our 6 through 8 and 9 through 12 students? I think it's gonna be very important that we be able to quickly get teachers and students tested. And if we had those testing accommodations available for staff and for students, and some of our surrounding counties and districts are doing that. They have sites available where they're testing students that are symptomatic, asymptomatic, and also teachers. And I think that's another piece that we would look at for mitigating risk. And I don't know where we are with that. I think been one advocating for that since the beginning of bringing our staff back. I think that would be something else, since we're still waiting on vaccinations. Where are we at with that?
Ms. Shipp, I'm going to look at Ms. Adamian, who's right there in the center of my screen. How could I miss you? Would you like to take that one?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Shipp, you're absolutely right. We have been talking about the testing, the need to make sure everyone in our community has access. And we've been working with the health department to ensure that there are locations throughout our community that are accessible, easily accessible from our school buildings. We haven't participated in some of the opportunities to have on-site testing, mostly because of logistics in such a large district and being able to support it when we're already pulling some of our staff to work to do contact tracing and isolation rooms and things like that. So we've partnered with the health department to make sure we have a comprehensive list of locations that are easily available to our staff and students.
Okay. And I have a question. This may be for Dr. Hayes. You talked about, I think in slide 8, about there's still opportunities for families that want to move out of Plan B to go to full remote academy, and that's going to go now straight through the building administrator. Am I correct on that?
We have a hardship process that families that qualify for one of the 4 metrics there, that if they qualify for one of those 4 criteria, they can apply for a hardship in which to transition into or out of full remote into in-person, or from in-person to full remote.
Okay. And I've gotten questions from families also about if they're in Plan B, and I think a lot of this is probably because some of the 6 through 8 and 9 through 12 have not been back at all. So they now want them to be back, but if they don't get back and they miss going back, will this be counted as an absent if they go ahead and be on Zoom? You know what I'm saying? Because I think this happened before. Students that did not show up for their day, if they're an A day or B day, in this case, A week, B week, C week, and they don't show up, but they say, well, I'm gonna stay, I'm at home on remote. How will they work with this in terms of attendance? Because this is gonna definitely be new for our 6 through 8 and 9 through 12. And they're wanting to know, will that be acceptable or will that count against them? Because this is an attendance issue.
That is correct. I will tell you that we've actually even had conversation up to the state. This is a conversation that came up before as we transitioned our elementary school students. Parents said, well, what if we choose to keep our student at home for various reasons, right?
Right.
I will state the same thing that's been told to us. We cannot code a student as remote with a alternative learning environment unless that student is in a alternative learning environment that is part of the rotation. If they are to be in person, they have to show up and be in person, or they have to be counted as absent. Now, what I will tell you is that many of our principals are really encouraging our students, even our students, and we're finding out that we have even some students that while they are sick are actually logging in and participating in classes, which is great. And so we would encourage that they would continue to do that. I will tell you that they also have the opportunity, just as they do in a regular day of school. If someone is sick, they don't feel well, the doctor's appointments, those things that they have to do, they just need to send in a note to their schools to have that coded as an excused absence. So they would handle it the same way, just send it in, make sure we can get that coded properly, and we'll take care of that.
Because this seems to be a really big question, because it happened already with our little ones. And I think parents are really concerned about this one. So
And
thank you.
Ms. Ship, I apologize. I forgot one thing too. The state they did say though that if a student is quarantined for any reason by a health official, then they could be coded as being as an alternative learning environment. So I do want to make sure that we state that. Yes, that's not that doesn't mean because as a parent I choose to keep my child at home because I want to quarantine them. It means it has to be done by a health official. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Let's see, I've got Ms. Byers-Bailey and then Dr. Jones and then Ms. Marshall.
All right, thank you. Thelma Byers-Bailey, District 2 Vice Chair. I asked the question earlier, and it was regarding the facilities readiness for the students to come back in terms of, and it's primarily, I think, the air quality issue that has been a consistent issue. I think some have heard about the directive for staff to open a window, open a door to increase our airflow. But we've got a lot of older facilities. Are these the ones that are primarily having the issue where they need to open a door, open a window in order to make the air quality safe in the school? And are we waiting for parts to rectify or complete a repair process that we know is what's needed to make the school safe regardless, but the parts haven't come in yet?
So Ms. Byers-Bailey, we have 3 individuals that are here with us from operations this evening. Mr. Morris Prophet, we also have Jeff Mitchell, and we have Paul Hurd that are here to speak to that. I'll let those individuals speak to those concerns through operation. They are specific to HVAC and indoor air quality, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess I will handle the message of the parts. I'm Morris Prophet, by the way. And what we are doing is we are not waiting on parts to keep everything running and going. We are implementing a new procedure with the needlepoint bipolar ionization initiative, and that is in a procurement stage now. We will install those as soon as we can. So as far as the systems running at their stated capacities, they are doing that now.
Okay. So, the question I've been getting from the community is the condition of our older schools is inadequate. Well, I'm not going to say it's inadequate, but it is not as good as it will be once these needlepoint ionization things come in.
That would be a correct statement. I mean, we yes.
Okay. And in the interim, are those the schools that are going to have been told to open the windows, open the doors in order to try to get some fresh air in?
That's correct.
Okay. And how many of those schools are there?
We have identified some classrooms in 39 schools. It's not the complete school, but it is, like I said, in 39 schools is where we have some issues.
Okay. So it's not the whole school that is struggling with air quality. It's just some classrooms in some of these schools.
That's correct.
Okay. The remaining schools don't have anything that they're waiting on. They are fully ready to accept students and provide good air quality.
Yes, ma'am. We have always been running throughout this whole time. We continue to run.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying, I'm not sure if I got the answer that was responsive to the question I asked. The other schools, other than these 39 that are waiting on the ionization needlepoint, whatever that was. The rest of the schools are ready to hit the ground running, fully capable of being considered safe for our students when they come in the door next week and the week after that.
That's correct. We've been able to initiate all the procedures that our systems allow.
Okay. And by that you mean they've got the best filter that the system can handle.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Dr. Jones, and then Ms. Marshall, then Ms. Sawyer, then Ms. Fowler. Dr. Jones?
Thank you. My question, I want to move to the people power. This time of the year, in normal circumstances, we generally have to depend greatly on a sub pool. It's provided by Kelly Services. I would like to know the status of our sub pool. The vaccinations, are they ready? And in normal times, again, subs have always been able to decide what schools they will serve, which sometimes leaves our most needy schools without the number of subs that are required to have adequate teaching of the classrooms. And I know this will be exacerbated during this time. So what kind of work or connections or commitments do you have from Kelly Services for what I know will probably be, we will be depending on?
Thank you, Dr. Jones, for the question. And it is true, we rely on Kelly Services to serve our Title I schools. So we really have a bifurcated process when it comes to managing our substitutes. So non-Title I schools are managed through CMS, and we utilize substitutes who actually work for CMS. And Kelly Services, just for to put this out there to the public, they employ they would be considered contracted personnel to us, but those subs that work at Title I schools are employees of Kelly Services. And the district did that a couple of years ago for the very reason that you state, that we needed to really take some extra efforts in being able to get behind having adequate staffing at many of our schools who are in the most need. So we've done that, and we've done a good job as well on the CMS side in terms of using the resources that we do have with existing staff to be able to manage approximately 1,400 substitutes on the CMS side. So between Kelly Services and CMS, what both organizations have done is ramped up our recruitment efforts. We've also taken a look at our qualifications. Unlike some districts that have more stringent qualifications for becoming substitutes, ours is basically the age requirement of 21 years or older, but we do not have a requirement that you hold a degree unless it's for a certified substitute position. So our recruiters are taking steps to be able to contact organizations like the Retired Teachers Associations and others, where we can also get qualified substitutes who may have been former educators. But like the same challenges that we see with our existing staff, the same is represented in our substitute pool. So both Kelly and CMS do have challenges with making sure that we can have adequate substitute coverage, but that does not mean that we still don't take those efforts that I just described. I mean, it certainly is a challenge on all fronts, but by opening up the application process to accept more applicants on an ongoing basis, rather than just opening up the pool once a month or even more spread out than that, that's one step that we've taken. We are also working closely with our schools to encourage schools to advertise substitute opportunities to help facilitate getting those people who are interested on a fast track. I know that we had a parent earlier today state that there are many parents in our community who are interested. So this is really my pitch now to the people who are listening to this meeting. Please, if you are interested in substituting for our schools, we want you. I mean, we will help put you through that process, and we can certainly use you at our schools across the board. So those are really some of the steps that we've been taking, but it would be misleading to state that it's not a challenge on all fronts, not only with our regular staff, but also our substitutes.
Thank you, because it's important. Otherwise, we're going to have classes doubling up, and the social distancing and all that is going out the window. So, and I guess my second question is for Ms. Adamian. Will you walk us through the timeline for contact tracing, or if that's not your question, who can answer that?
No, I can absolutely try and answer that, ma'am. Are you looking for how it works in the school building?
Yes.
So we work directly with the health department and make sure to confirm when we receive a positive test from a parent. We confirm that the student was in the building. We find out how soon they started having symptoms and the last time they were in the building. And if they were in the building within 2 days of developing symptoms or testing positive, then that's when we initiate the contact tracing process in the school building. And we look at a variety of measures. We look at information related to the classroom, the seating charts, scheduling for students, and we're looking to see if anyone was within 6 feet for more than a total of 15 minutes during the time that the person was infectious. So just because someone was in the building, it could have been a week before they started having symptoms, and that would not require contact tracing. We need to look at that 2-day period before symptoms start, because that's the time when someone may not realize that they're getting sick and they can transmit it to someone else.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Next we have Ms. Marshall, then Ms. Sawyer, then Ms. Fowler.
Thank you. This is Margaret Marshall, representative from District 5. I want to talk about masks for a minute. And yeah, I think everybody, if you haven't lived under a rock or refused to look at the information, masks are the secret weapon here that we're going to use to make sure that everything goes according to plan. And that is not just in our school buildings, but everywhere. So I want to talk just a little bit about the slide. I appreciate the slide that Dr. Hayes put up, that the first item was masks are mandatory. That's the default position is you will be wearing a mask, and that's staff and that's students and anybody that comes close to our schools. So that's a non-negotiable. I know there's some folks that may have some issues with that, and I would expect that those would be students with severe medical issues, not just because I don't want to wear a mask or I don't believe in wearing a mask. So I just want to be very clear to staff that are concerned that they've heard things about this, that masks are mandatory. And so, Ms. Adamian, I know that the CDC has come out with some new guidelines around masks, and I saw that gaiters were included, net gaiters are included in what we say is not acceptable. Have you got any more guidelines that we could publish or things you want the public to know about masks that would be helpful right now?
Thank you for that. I think the most important things you've already highlighted. Masks really do work. A cloth face covering that's at least 2 plies, 2 or 3 ply is really what's recommended by the CDC and by our state and local departments of health. And we still want to reserve those surgical masks and N95s that require some fitting for our health officials and people working in hospitals and clinical settings. There's been some questions around doubling up on masks, and some people are even talking about it. I've heard Dr. Fauci talk about people wearing 2 masks. And that's still not really the recommendation, partially because one can slip off and then the other one isn't covering your mouth, and you might have to adjust, and you're exposing yourself more so than if you just have a good quality 2 to 3 ply mask or face covering. The concerns with the gaiters have been that many of them are 1 ply, and so they don't provide adequate coverage. I think there may even be some 2 ply out there. I'm not really sure about the gaiters, but the most important issue is that a quality mask is what we all need to be using. And we have lots of disposable masks available in our school buildings for anybody that happens to come in, forgets a mask, or has a soiled mask. I know just from my own kids, we've dropped them on the ground. And so it's good to have some extra supplies around, and we have them in the school buildings, we have them in the buses. So they're definitely available if someone doesn't have one for themselves.
Well, I appreciate that. I got an email from a valued educator today that I know, and he indicated that his high school students have said that in part-time jobs they have, some of their employers have not have been very lax about mask compliance, and that the teenagers themselves have been saying we need to wear masks. So I think that this was very concerning to me, that our community, as Dr. Hayes has said, this is a community effort. And if our teenagers are noticing that adults are not mask compliant, that's a problem. So I just want to put this out there to our community. We mean business about this. That masks are mandatory, and students, particularly high school students, when you're on that campus, you're going to have a mask on. And I know you want to stay there. So this is on us to make sure that this happens. So I'm going to preach a little bit, but masks are the most important thing we can do throughout this process. And to those folks that I mentioned, our exceptional children's students who I know have some issues with this, and understandably so, I'm just going to say that I know I've been communicating with Mr. Damien and with others about the fact that our EC staff, if I could prioritize a group of folks to go ahead and get that vaccine first, it would be them. And so we're concerned about you all, and we're really trying to push the envelope every way we can to get folks that I think are doing just an incredible job making sure that we take care of you. So we're going to keep pushing. And just again, parents, I cannot stress this anymore, but masks are absolutely a must in all situations. And one more thing before I finish, I know I've gotten some emails around folks with the in the high school rotations with the ABC saying, the C saying, I'm not going to school as much as my folks in the A plan. So I do want to say that I know Dr. Hayes mentioned they're going to be looking at things. You know, I think he mentioned in a press conference recently that where we start does not have to be where we end. So let's get started. Let's do this right. Let's see where we are, and we can always make adjustments and work to make students in buildings more often. But again, we have to abide by the rules that have been put out by the state, and that's non-negotiable. So we're going to be working on it. It is top of mind. So thank you.
Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. Fowler.
Thank you, Carol Sawyer. I have a couple questions. One regarding our full remote academy cohort. We've spent a lot of time talking about students in building, but from frankly an equity perspective, we have a disproportionate number of Black and Brown students that opted into full remote academy. And how are we ensuring that they continue to get the same access to their teachers, to high quality learning when we shift to the hybrid model or in-person education?
So I'll start off with that. I know that we have Brian Kingsley that's in the wings. His team has done a lot of work around that and making sure that the teachers have the resources that they need in order to lift that up. I will tell you that our learning community superintendents have been a blessing to all of us in making sure that whatever we're doing at central office is being felt at the schoolhouse, and the supports that the schoolhouse needs are coming back to central office to make sure that they have the things that they need to be able to execute on whatever modality the students are learning in. So first of all, we want to say thank you to all of them and the work and their teams because they are out in our schools. They are doing walkthroughs. They're visiting with principals. Principals are talking with teachers. They're making sure that all of these things are done and to make sure that our students are having a high quality experience, no matter which modality in which they're learning, which is critical to their success and critical to our school success. Mr. Kingsley, if there's anything you'd like to add on that as far as any resources or things that you guys have been working on over the last little bit as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, Ms. Sawyer. I think it's important to note that as a result of the district identifying which families wanted to opt into this early on, it's allowed our principals to prioritize the scheduling for those students as kind of like a top tier prioritization that really allows, I think, the most consistency across the majority of our schools, which I think is a great value add with this concept. Second to that, we've invested deeply in partnership with our teachers to provide a consistent curricular experience across all modalities. As we were planning, this summer for this year, we expected to be going in and out of in-person to remote based upon the dynamics of what's happening in our community. So we've been prepared for this from day one. We believe our curriculum experiences from pre-K all the way through grade 12 are consistent across those modalities, and our parents should have confidence that those experiences will remain consistent once students return to in-person experiences over the next few weeks.
Okay. So we have granted the superintendent the authority to put on remote an individual school or part of school. I think we'll discover that it's easier to open buildings than keep them open, depending on what the community spread is of COVID. Are there specific metrics that the superintendent will use to make that decision? It could be staffing, could be level of spread. Are there cut points, or is it case by case? How will those decisions be made? And will the public know what those metrics are?
Thank you for that question, Ms. Sawyer. So each school, as you know, is different. It's unique. Population of the staffing does fluctuate, but we will certainly take a look at staffing probably as a very key metric to determine whether or not a particular grade or wing or part of a school should not go into in-person learning. So certainly staffing is one of the metrics that we will use as part of that flexibility that the board granted. So I want to thank the board again for giving us that flexibility so that we don't unnecessarily have to shut an entire school down if we don't need to.
Okay, so it'll just be you'll just create it on a case-by-case basis. There isn't a standard metric of X%, and I can understand that there wouldn't be, but I think we need to be clear on how this is going to be done.
Sure.
The other question I have has to do with sports and other co-curriculars. You mentioned music. Are we actually putting kids together in a room to sing? Is that something that we have adequate protection for from a disease transmission perspective? I know that's a very high risk activity.
So thank you, Ms. Sawyer. So they are singing, they are acting, and they have on masks, and they are maintaining 6 foot distancing. At any point in time that we see that is not being followed, then that program will not be able to continue. just as we would with our athletics. It's very important to us that we make sure that those things are done. All of our, for example, one of the other things that Dr. Chilcutt has done with the arts is they have purchased coverings for all of the instruments that are filters to make sure that the aerosols are not pushed out from those instruments. They're maintaining an outdoor practices. So I think those are key pieces that those individuals are taking, safety measures that they have in place. And it doesn't matter what they're doing, you got to wear a mask, end of subject. And you've got to maintain that distancing. That's going to be key. If we don't see those things being done, whether that is in our arts or whether that's in our sports, unfortunately, that would have to shut that team or individual group down, and for a set period of time, and then we'll move on.
History of transmission among our sports teams, and so I'm especially concerned there. I'm also wondering from a public health perspective. I mean, a lot of our efforts have been around cohorting. That you don't want kids mixing, and I've gotten letters from parents saying, yeah, and my child wants to play football and be in the theater group. And, at that point, I begin to get worried that we have kids that are in multiple cohorts that sort of defeats the purpose of cohorting. Has that been considered?
It has not been considered. We've looked at each individual entity in the separation of one another. I will tell you, though, that once again, what we're seeing from our students is that what our students and our athletes do outside of our school, what our parents allow to happen outside of our school, is what comes back to our school. And that's what has created the problems. Our recommendation to all of our families and to all of our arts students and our arts families is that you be very careful as you engage in community activities outside of the schoolhouse, that you maintain a mask, you maintain social distancing, provide all safety measures when you're not in school. That way, as you come back to school, we know that our students that are coming back to us are healthy students participating in those things that not only that they enjoy doing, but also that provide that social emotional opportunity for them to engage with their peers at the school, at the high school level.
Okay, so, I mean, I hope, who is monitoring the co-curriculars and athletic groups to check on compliance?
So we have all of our Superintendent Winston, myself, we've had at least 2 to 3 meetings with our Sue Duran, who's our head of athletics for the district. She is constantly monitoring with the ADs, making sure that our ADs are monitoring with our schools and our athletes and our coaches to make sure that they are following all North Carolina High School Athletic Association regulations for safety measures that they have imposed across the state.
But I'm guessing, I mean, who is actually physically going and checking? I mean, are we just, is it an honor system? I mean, we've told the coaches they're to do this. I mean, it troubles me when I see a picture in the newspaper of a athlete with the mask under their chin. That's the kind of thing that gives me great pause.
Sure. No, definitely understand that. We also have to understand that students in participating in athletics, or whether they are walking in the Lowe's hardware store, masks have a tendency to fall down at times just due to perspiration or whatever else there is. We expect them to be, our coaches and so forth, to be quick to make sure our students regain control of that mask and get it back over their nose and their mouths at the same time. But they are, once again, as I stated, our ADs are going out, they are circulating around our practices, and they are making sure that our coaches and our students are following the guidelines as set forth by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. They are dependent on one another to make sure that they are following all guidelines in which to be safe, not only in practices, but even when they enter each other's gyms for competitions or each other's fields for competitions across the state.
And Dr. Hayes, if I could just build on what you just shared, because I think that Ms. Sawyer's question is a good one. Who's monitoring it? And that's something that we really do, as you mentioned, we rely on our athletic directors, our coaches, run point on this, and our principals monitor this as well. I reminded, and I continue to remind coaches and the advisors and even our students that they have to remain diligent in following the protocols and the procedures for health and safety purposes, and to stay safe when you're not at practice or in our buildings, because we want to be able to offer these extracurricular activities, but we want to have the ability to keep these activities going, and they depend on everybody doing their part. That's crucial.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Ms. Fowler, and then I think I saw you, Ms. De La Hara.
Hi, thank you all for having me once again. And I have a couple of questions tonight. The first one being, for our cluster schools right now, we currently have 3 schools that are clusters, and North Meck being one of them. How will we determine whether or not these schools will return back for hybrid learning, February 22nd being for high school, of course? And like Ms. Thelma Bailey said earlier, she was talking about the air quality infrastructure of the schools and how some of our schools are not prepared because some of them are older, especially North Meck being one of those. It was made way back when. How are we going to decide whether or not we are going to send the specific schools back, especially Mr. Winston having the power to decide whether each school should go back, even grade levels, programs, or certain buildings can return back to school?
Mr. Winston, I can take this one for us to start at least. Ms. Fowler, to answer about the clusters, so the health department defines a cluster as 5 or more cases that they determine to be potentially linked epidemiologically within 14 days. And they monitor those cases for 28 days. And we look at the last case as the starting point for that monitoring time. So you're right, if there continued to be cases associated with that cluster, that would be a situation where we would look at who is impacted in that school or in that grouping, and along with the staffing impact, and make a determination that way. Most of the time, what we find is once we've isolated that cluster and determined the people who were linked and have them all quarantined, we don't see an ongoing concern. And so we don't necessarily have to worry about, like you said, for North Meck, we haven't seen any issues since that cluster started back in early January.
Okay, thank you. My next question, unless somebody else had something to say, sorry. My next question would be, a lot of our students, like we said, are going through a lot of mental health issues right now. Depression, anxiety, stress levels are through the roof. And even someone said earlier that our suicidal rates have gone up tremendously, as long as our failure rates and etc. Our students are undergoing a lot of stress, not only due to school being in a online setting for their learning environment, but just the uncertainty of where we are going for school. So my question is, are students going to be able to get and receive important information, or will they have to continue to get the information via their family or reaching out to their teachers? For example, I know a lot of students were anxious knowing whether or not they opted out or they didn't opt out. Did they do it in time? Did it go through? What rotation they're in? Because as students, we're not able to see it on our PowerSchool or anything. So a lot of students were talking about the communication aspect. That could be at a district level or even school-wide. So my question is, how are we going to improve our communication with our students so then everyone's on the same page and it can reduce our stress levels and try to make the mental health to a minimum. I have one more question after that.
Ms. Fowler, thank you for lifting that question up because I think it's an important one, and it's one that I and other staff heard loud and clear this past week when you and your peers expressed that to us as an area of concern, the ability to be able to communicate directly with students. You know, a lot of times we communicate with families and the expectation is that that information gets shared. And I have no doubt that that's occurring. But what I heard you all express was that you'd like us to communicate directly with you all and use some of those mediums that you all are very familiar with, i.e. social media. We also have the ability to communicate by sending emails directly to students. And so we're heeding that advice, and I've shared that with my team as an expectation that we'll do a better job of making sure we communicate directly with our students.
And Superintendent Winston and Ms. Fowler, I just want to also state that we will have phone calls going out to our families for students to notify them of when their return is and what rotation they'll be in, to make sure that you guys know my week's coming up. This is what I need to plan to do. The other thing that we also definitely say, you know, you have counselors, especially at the high school. I know that right now you guys are going through registration and everything for next year. You know, continue to reach out to them, as needed. But I agree with Superintendent Winston. We definitely will make sure that we also are addressing some of the mediums in which you guys are using to get that communication a little tighter as well. That's a great question and a great charge that you've given us. So thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that using our email will be very imperative because not only are we using that right now because of the online setting, we use it for Canvas, we get our assignments, and a lot of students have learned to communicate to their teachers via email. But my last question would have to be about our standardized testing. Our January meeting, we decided not to have our students go in person to take our PSAT, which was a test that would allow some students to qualify for a National Merit Scholarship. However, we did not decide to have our students go into the test, but they will be able to take the test during May or June to opt into the National Merit Scholarship. However, today we discussed that the state is going to require the ACT February 23rd. The students, our high school students, did not figure out this information until last week and now has to confirm with their students, with their counselors, February 12th of this month in order to take the test February 23rd. I'm saying this to say that we are not giving our students the proper time to prepare for these tests. These tests are very imperative for our students who want to attend college. And in order for them to be properly prepared, they need at least a month to prepare for these exams. We did not have our students take the PSAT due to our COVID cases being in the red in our metrics, and that is completely understandable. However, I do feel like as a board, we should have pushed a little bit harder for our students to be able to test for the National Merit Scholarship, which is why I am advocating for that. But the ACT does give our students resources for scholarships. So I am asking, what was the decision to make you decide the ACT more than the PSAT?
So thank you, Ms. Fowler. I'll speak to the beginning of that, and then I'll pass it over to Dr. Frank Barnes, who's our over accountability for the district. I will tell you that when we did for the PSAT, that fell inside the window that was being requested of us by the county to basically have our students in full remote. We felt that if we were observing that, it would not have been appropriate for us. to pull students in just for a test. So but I also would like for Dr. Barnes, who I believe will be joining us in just a second here, to speak to the ACT, which is a state mandated test that we have to comply with.
Barnes with us?
He may not be. If he's not, I will go ahead and tell you that that is part of the state mandated test that we need to offer to our students with the ACT. I apologize if the notice was late around that. That was not our intent. I will tell you though that it is very important that our 11th grade students and some of our seniors that have the opportunity to take that will sit for that exam during the 23rd, so they can make sure that they have that. The ACT is free to all of our students, all of our juniors, and some of our seniors that will need to take it. So it's a great opportunity for you to be able to get that under your belt, get that on your transcript. So in that way, as you apply to colleges, they'll have that to basically evaluate you on.
Dr. Hayes, this is Brian Kingsley. Do you mind if I add to that?
Feel free. Yes, sir.
Ms. Fowler, I really want to thank you again for your question. I just want to inform both you as well as the board and the public that the College Board has, as a result of what happened with the PSAT, students who submit applications for National Merit Scholarships by the April deadline may submit an SAT score from any administration of the SAT between the dates of August 2020 through June of this year, 2021, and select to send their scores to the National Merit Scholarship Program. So I think that's just really, really important to note that if any student was negatively impacted as a result of not being able to get that PSAT administration, there's still an opportunity between now and June of this year to take the SAT and for that to count towards the National Merit Scholarship Program.
And will students be able to receive a waiver for that? Because I know most students, if you are not on free or reduced lunch, then you won't be able to receive a waiver. However, if we would have taken the test in school as scheduled, it would have been a free test. So how are we going to do that, move forward with that?
So Ms. Fowler, Dr. Barnes is with us at this point in time, and I'm gonna let him address that specifically, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Barnes?
Where it says Frank Barnes, but
I'm sorry.
I'm glad. Hopefully you can hear me now.
there you are. We do hear you.
Thank you. And this is Frank Barnes, Chief Equity Officer for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. Thank you, Ms. Fowler, and thank you for your patience. What we are able to do is work with College Board, who offers an array of fee waivers, one of them being eligibility for free and reduced price meals. If there are students who, despite the waivers that are being offered, still find themselves in a financial hardship and are not able to cover those costs, we would have to do a case-by-case reimbursement but we would not be able to provide, say, a waiver, if you will, unless they meet one of the College Board requirements, but we could do a reimbursement. Regarding your initial question, though, Ms. Fowler, around the ACT, both Dr. Hayes and Mr. Kingsley answered that accurately. The reason why the ACT is twofold. We also share your desire to see students be able to take advantage of every state subsidized opportunity to demonstrate what they know and can do if they have post-secondary collegiate plans. The ACT offers that kind of opportunity. The ACT for 11th graders is part of our state accountability system, one of the things that offers ratings for our schools. So those were two things that played a role in us being able to say we need to push forward with the ACT. As Mr. Hayes indicated, the PSAT National Merit Scholar qualifying test occurred during the window where we were closing all instruction and all extracurriculars during that period, and that prevented us from going forward. But we would have liked to have brought ourselves forward to do that testing, but we want to be aware that public health had to take the priority as opposed to testing at that time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barnes and Dr. Hayes, for answering all of my questions and for the clarification.
And before I go to Ms. De La Hara, a quick one more clarification on the ACT test. So our high school students that are in the full remote academy, will they have transportation? Will there be a bus to take them to school to take the test?
Ms. Dashu, they would be included as well to be part of that testing regimen. Once again, this is for our 11th graders and would also include any 12th graders who were supposed to have tested as 11th graders, but because of our departure in March, were not able to participate in makeup testing.
Okay. Ms. De La Hara?
You're on mute.
Sorry. Before I ask my question, if you don't mind, Ms. Sawyer, did you have a quick follow-up question? I saw your hand pop up. Did you want to say something about ACT before I speak?
Just that I haven't heard if there's a way for parents who might be in full remote academy who need transportation to the test to request that. If that's going to be provided, if it's a required test.
Ms. Sawyer, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Dr. Barnes, what I was going to say is that we can certainly look at that and communicate what our plans are out to families.
Ms. Sawyer, I believe as we were making our bus routes, it did include students in that group, Dear Full Remote Academy. I will work with Dr. Hayes and our transportation committee to make sure that that was indeed the case.
It is the case. I apologize for being late on the draw there, but it is the case. They are included in the transportation that will be provided for those individuals that are in full remote.
I'll continue. Thank you. Dr. Hayes, earlier you probably heard me ask Christine or Ms. Peugeot about the possibility of combining some of the classes, if indeed there are certain classes where there's just one student in a high school class. And just to be clear, my perspective on this, more so than wanting more students in the class, is my concern for teachers and other educators who might have a need for a remote work accommodation that hasn't been able to be fulfilled. Is that something that from the logistics side, the academic side of the house, that you guys will be exploring and looking at how to make adjustments once we get through the first 3 weeks of the high school rotation?
So thank you. Good question. I will say that as far as teacher assignments that take place inside a schoolhouse is the responsibility of the principal. So our principals, in coordination with their learning community superintendents, will be probably looking at that and many other opportunities that may exist in which they can, make teaching a little easier. The big thing, and especially in our high school, is that the fact that they are teaching content, and they may be the only AP, geography teacher that's there, or the AP chemistry teacher, or a biology teacher at a certain block of the day. So all of that comes into factor. But what I will tell you is that our learning community superintendents and our principals are working hard to make sure that as we get through the first couple of weeks, that they're looking at anything and everything that would basically be in the best interest of our students and definitely our staff as they're teaching.
Okay, thank you. Also earlier in your presentation, you were speaking about the full remote academy and the possible changes, requests, and hardships that had been identified if a family situation had changed, et cetera. I would just add that I think we have created a hardship that wasn't there. We didn't have so many speakers tonight speak to this directly, but certainly at our January meeting, we had several speakers come forth. And of course, I get emails about this all the time from families who wanted the in-person option, but they wanted to wait until our community spread numbers were lower. So I say that to say, there's this idea, and we heard it from several speakers tonight, of, well, anyone who wants full remote can just go to full remote. You know, the ones who want in person should have that option. But let's not forget, I just think it's really important that we not forget that there's a whole bunch of people who wanted to have the in-person option, but they just wanted it when it was more in accordance with the metrics that we had created, and when community spread was a little bit lower. And I suspect, I know that we've had over 2,000 full remote academy new people sign up in the past 45 days, or at least between, I think it was December 17th and February 1st. I would be curious to know if we have more. Certainly after tonight's meeting, I think we might have more. And I would ask us to think about that in the context of that's also a hardship, because there are families who want to go back, but just not have to make that choice. And I've had several conversations with families, just so you're aware, who feel like we are putting them now in a hardship because they're having to make that choice. To now possibly, if their principal will allow it, you know, and I understand the constraints around that, but I just think we would be remiss to not acknowledge that there's a whole swath of people sort of, if you will, in the middle of this conversation that keep, from my perspective, being left out. And you know, we'll see. I'll be looking for numbers to see how many more since February 1st, in addition to those latest 2,000. We now have almost 60,000 people in the full remote academy. And I appreciate that board member, Ms. Sawyer, brought up that, you know, because we have 60,000 approximately who have chosen full remote, you know, we don't want to solely frame the conversation around how we reach our students, how we engage our students, around, you know, well, as soon as they get back in person, then, you know, all our problems are going to be solved, because clearly they're not. You know, we have almost, what is that, a third of our students who have, or no more, I'm sorry, I can't do the math, it's late at night, who have chosen full remote. And so in addition to the academic side and the efforts that Mr. Kingsley and you mentioned earlier about how we continue to engage those students who won't have the option to go back, I would also like for us to think about them from a mental health standpoint. I acknowledge completely that many of our children are suffering right now through a pandemic. I mean, we're having a centennial pandemic. So we have many who are suffering, many that may do better when they go back. But again, 60,000 who won't be going back at all. So I guess I'd like to understand from your perspective, what kind of resources will we also be employing to reach those 60,000 students who are looking around, who may be medically fragile, who may have an understanding that their subgroup within our population is 3 times more likely to be hospitalized or to die from this virus. And, you know, they've got a lot on their plate and things that they're managing, and recognition that their families may be at higher risk for this virus. So I'm prefacing all that just to kind of paint a story, because I think sometimes they get forgotten. And I guess I would just like some assurance from you and from your staff that from a mental health standpoint, that we're really taking into consideration these students who, for maybe their financial and or health security, their very lives, have chosen to stay home.
Sure. No, just as we always have stated, I mean, we have our school staff, our learning community superintendents working with them. Our teachers are our front line to those students and making sure they're doing wellness calls on our students. They're having conversations with them. I think that's key to any healthy interactions that are taking place. We've heard of multiple cases where teachers are concerned about, you know, how a student's doing, and they may do a wellness call. We have social workers that go out and do home checks on kids when those things are taking place. So it is a group effort to put our arms around around all of our students, and like you said, especially those that are medically fragile. Many of them have 504s, which may include whatever the 504 reasoning is. Usually it is because of some medical reason. And we're making sure that the staff at the schools are doing those check-ins, and they're doing that constant connection with our students throughout the district.
Yeah, thank you. That's so important that we continue to impress upon our staff and reach out for other resources if we find that we don't have enough staff from a mental health standpoint to do those wellness checks with not just, of course, with our students who will be coming back and who will be navigating a whole new system, because now, you know, they're going to be in that hybrid learning system and for the first time walking back into the building. I'm sure we'll have a lot of triage work to do, you know, for lack of a better word, but yeah, let's not forget about the ones who have elected and to stay home.
And let me also I just also want to just share, because I don't think these individuals always get the recognition when we start talking about schools and things that are happening in left and right. But, you know, our student services, not only at central office, but also at our schoolhouses, are a phenomenal group of individuals that they have been following since day one, concerns of our students and making sure that they are supported in a holistic fashion in each of our schools and in our classrooms and so forth. So I just want to say to them just quickly here, because these are sometimes the forgotten heroes that are behind the scenes, but they're out there doing the work, and they're making those calls and knocking on those doors and sending emails and phone calls and everything else. So we just appreciate all of them that are in the schools, encourage them to continue to do that. But I do want to just make sure that we do know that those individuals are taking that opportunity to connect with our students in different ways than our classrooms or principals or anybody else would. So
thank you. I appreciate that you brought that up. I remember, you know, the street teams last spring, you know, when we had to all of a sudden over the weekend go to remote learning and all the great work that the district did in reaching out to our students. So thank you for praising them. I think that's well warranted. Mr. Superintendent, earlier it was mentioned about staffing and what metrics you may use. And you commented that each school is different, each school is unique, and I would agree. I guess I just would ask you to consider thinking more particularly about what that threshold and what those metrics may be for when you make the call, because I understand principals and their place at the school as the head of the school and being able to make those decisions for what's best for their school. But I also know that opinions vary on the number of individuals that may be needed in a school to run a school effectively and efficiently. And so I think if you are able to give some guidance about what that threshold might be, I wouldn't want to hear that certain principals are, you know, running low on staff, but just making it work when it you know, might not end up being a safe environment from a physical standpoint, because as we all know, I mean, I used to be a teacher. You have, you know, morning carpool duty. You'd have to escort kids down the hall. There's bodies that are needed to do multiple things outside of the actual teaching function. And so I would just encourage you to think more about that, to give principals guidance so that they know you have a minimum standard for what type of coverage you want at a building to make sure that it runs smoothly.
Absolutely. We will definitely take a look at that, and I will follow back up with the board with some specifics as to what that can look like. If I could for a moment, Ms. De La Hara, you mentioned the street teams, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, so our student services team has done a phenomenal job. They've rubbed off on our schools as well. And what I mean by that is some of our schools have developed street teams within their own staffs. And I'm going to point out, at the risk of alienating tons of other schools that are doing this as well, I'm going to lift up our principal of the year, Erica Turner, and her phenomenal team at Rocky River High School that have formed their own team, and they go out knocking on doors and, you know, knocking on windows to say, hey, where are you? And we miss seeing you. So I wanted to lift that up as something that our schools are doing as well. And then I would be remiss if I did not also say that I know as good as our team is, as hard as they work, we cannot do this work alone. And so, again, at the risk of alienating so many good partners we have, I think about the work of communities and schools, and they've got several former CMS educators on the communities and schools team now. And I mention that because one of the things that they also do are emergency needs assessments, and they do home visits and wellness checks to check on our students to find out if they need a device, or if they need a replacement, or if they need food. And so I want to lift that up as well, because again, I'm not naive enough to think that we can do this work alone.
Wonderful. Just a couple more questions. We mentioned the importance of wearing masks, and I appreciate that. There was mention tonight about the opt-out form that will be posted. And if I recall, someone mentioned to me recently that that policy or form, excuse me if I'm using the wrong word, had been sort of revamped, tightened up. Could someone speak to me about what we're actually asking parents to identify as the reason for opting out, or what that form process would entail?
Yes, Ms. De La Hara, Ms. Pajot could not unmute herself fast enough, so I'm going to toss that one to her.
Absolutely. So yes, we have recently revised the form, which is currently being translated into multiple languages so that we can make sure that our families who need to get access to that form can have that and can understand it and can be able to turn that back around to principals. Basically, there are three major buckets that may qualify a student for an exemption, and that's basically medical issues, behavioral or developmental situations that impact the child. So we have revised the form to ask the parent or guardian to state with specificity what those specific needs are, and basically to certify and affirm that the child meets one of those exemptions. We simply want to make sure that we have an objective process across the board to ensure that we're taking our students' interests and needs into account. And by identifying that information for our team, it could also potentially identify other services to which the students may be entitled. So overall, it's been a good revision. The form is going to be available at the school sites with the principals, with the school nurses, and then also we're taking steps to make sure that we post that online so that parents and guardians can have that accessible.
Great. I'm very pleased to hear this. I look forward to seeing it. I felt like that's been very important as we try to take every possible step to make sure we're as safe as we can possibly be. So I look forward to seeing that. Thanks for that update.
And if I could add one more statement, since we talked about the student side, I think it is important because I know that we have a lot of staff listening, that staff may also qualify for an exemption. And if that's the case, we urge staff to reach out to our employee relations department so we can work through that scenario with that particular staff, and again, offer other accommodations that may be appropriate if they are unable to meet the mandate for wearing the mask based on a similar situation that a student may be experiencing.
Okay, thank you. Earlier tonight, we talked about during the metrics presentation, the clusters that had been in our school, 3 in the past 28 days. We've had 5 total. We know that 2 have been sports related, which I think is understandable. We can kind of envision how that happens. For the others, I guess I'm wondering, like, what have we learned from those other clusters where we've been able to show that there's been transmission in the schools? Can anyone speak to, the reason I'm asking this is, one, I'm concerned. I know we have public that's concerned. I know we have employees that are concerned that we are doing everything we can to be as safe as possible. And I think that would be a good, reflective tool for us a way for us to approach it. Like, what have we learned and what can we do different beyond just the 3 W's? We know that exists, but is there anything takeaways we have that we can reassure the public that we're doing everything we can?
I would say that mostly when we look back, that's part of what we do when we identify a cluster, is looking at who was impacted and what circumstances were going on at the time that we may be able to revisit or identify an issue that we can mitigate by some of those 3 W's, yes. But for example, with the sports, you know, some of it is really recognizing limitations when it comes to physical contact and awareness of how best to quickly identify those cases and isolate everyone who is involved. Once a cluster is identified, often the cases have already been isolated. And so we're sort of working after the fact to say, okay, well, we see that they were related now. So some of it is reflective, looking at the environment, the classroom environment. If it was a classroom, we've had staff involved in clusters, and that's also a really important reminder for us and for the building leaders to reinforce ways that staff can avoid close contact and reducing the potential for clusters.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It is a little difficult as far as the clusters are concerned because they're already after the fact and the health department's then piecing it together. So we can't really know like in the moment. And I guess I just want to clarify like why I mentioned that because I don't want us, and I've seen this unfortunately a lot in the public sphere of people wanting to blame, you know, teachers or other educators on site, you know, for the transmission. You know, what did they do wrong, or what did someone do wrong? And I don't know that we'll ever be able to show that, nor should we, because we know that transmission can happen even when there are mitigating factors, measures being put in place, precautionary measures being put in place when we have high community spread. And so I do want us to be vigilant, but I guess I also, you know, don't want us to become a culture of blame, you know, or trying. I don't know. I don't know how to frame what I'm trying to say there, but I think we have to recognize that, you know, transmission will happen, but also reassure all of our employees, all of our families, the children, that we're doing everything that we possibly can, and have consistency and communication and clarity and expectations, which I've definitely seen some of that tonight coming from statements from Mr. Winston, the superintendent, and Dr. Hayes. I would just, you know, ask that we, you know, continue to discuss those and the importance of it, so that we can, you know, help everyone to feel safe, not just to feel it, but to know and what the recourse is or what the options are if they encounter a situation that's not safe, so questions can be clarified. Let's see if I had any other questions. I'm reading here. No, I think that's pretty much it from the questions that I had. A few follow-ups from earlier tonight. I think I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do we have any more questions before we move to the consent items? Mr. Strain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Superintendent, we have talked a number of times tonight about the importance of getting back to school, the safety measures that we have certainly put in place and will maintain in doing so. Initially, of course, first getting back to the EC and in-person folks, our elementary school folks, the K-8s that have chosen an in-person option. And that runs for a week. And then we layer on, for the first time since March, our middle school and high school students. We know that over time, we've talked about the current plans. In fact, we've talked for quite some time about those current plans being that students will attend for a week and then 2 weeks out. And we've talked a little bit tonight about that initial 3 weeks of the high school plans, as well as some different options on the elementary school and K-8 side as well. When would be a reasonable time to sort of take a checkpoint to look and say, how are we doing? How are we doing with all of our measures that we've put in place, so that we can check and make sure that we are ensuring that we're finding that right balance, or if we could even lean into it a bit. I go back and certainly Ms. Cheek started out some of these questions with some questions around how do we maximize seat time. And so finding that right balance, you know, we've certainly got a plan to move forward. I'm thrilled that we're finally on the precipice of doing so. How do we make sure that as we continue to move forward, we're keeping that balance right, and if appropriate to do so, even increasing the amount of seat time for our students, which we know is so critical to their success.
So great question. I know it's on the minds of many families out there who desire for us to move more swiftly. And I will acknowledge that this is a cautious approach, but we think it's prudent. We will start that process at day one. We will begin monitoring, you know, the numbers, you know, in terms of, you know, students and transportation and child nutrition. I mean, we're going to begin looking at that at day one. But we do believe it's important to get the first rotations, the groups of students in, so that we can begin to monitor that data. In terms of, you know, I don't have a crystal ball, Mr. Strain, but I would say that it's reasonable to expect within a couple of weeks that we would have some data points that we can really take a hard look at and be able to begin to determine, you know, what we may want to do going forward.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's all.
Okay, did anybody else have any more questions about our return readiness? All right. Thank you for your long focus and concentration, folks. We've thoroughly vetted this report. Next item is our consent agenda. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Okay, I've got a motion from Thelma Byers-Bailey, a second from Margaret Marshall. Before we move to the vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, would you please raise your hands and say yes? Yes.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, our consent agenda is approved. We have no action items tonight. And so now I'm going to turn to the superintendent for his report.
Mute.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. The very exact thing I was trying not to do, I ended up doing it. Thank you again, Madam Chair and board members. I wanted to take this opportunity, as we talked about earlier during our report, that you know, this week many of our student athletes began practicing for upcoming seasons, and others resumed their in-season competition. And then we also talked about how many of our other extracurricular activities and programs returned or soon will return. And again, I just want to reiterate this particular point, because I don't think we can say this enough, that we implore our staff, our students, while they're practicing, to stay safe and follow the necessary protocols. And even when they're not practicing on school property and they're in the community, we still encourage you to remain safe. That's extremely important. I do also want to lift up some news that we shared as a district yesterday when we announced a partnership with North Carolina Ed Corps to provide some resources for our students and our families who are coping with many of the challenges brought on by the pandemic. As a result of this partnership, we will be able to hire approximately 70 remote and in-person tutors to help our students in grades K-3 improve their reading skills. We'll also be able to onboard approximately 35 contact tracers to help us mitigate that risk and to be able to appropriately notify those who might be exposed to the virus. I also want to acknowledge a group of employees who play a critical role in making sure that our students arrive at school and that they do so safely. This is North Carolina School Bus Driver Appreciation Week, and Governor Cooper actually earlier this year declared this week as School Bus Driver Appreciation Week in North Carolina. And so we want to acknowledge our school bus drivers, especially since they will be the first to interact with many of our in-person students during the next couple of weeks. Our bus drivers provide an extremely, extremely important service to our students and our families. So please take a moment to share your appreciation for all of our drivers and what they do to transport our students to and from schools and activities safely. I do want to also mention that this is Black History Month, and we're celebrating along with the rest of the country. We're actually planning at our next school board meeting to have more of a celebratory moment during that meeting. But I do want to just take a moment to point out that the district's social media channels, hopefully our community has been following that, where we've been showcasing the stories of various Black members of our community here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, who contributed throughout the history of our city and the surrounding areas. We're actually going to continue this effort throughout the month. And I'm going to encourage everyone, if you get an opportunity to check out these posts and learn more about our prominent Black figures who have contributed to our history. And then finally, tonight, I want to just close by encouraging our staff, our students, and our families that we are ready to return to in-person instruction, and we will do that with the appropriate level of caution and care. I don't want to mislead anyone. We likely will see during these next couple of weeks some challenges. These are challenges that are typical of what we see during the first few days of the school year. This is to be expected. I think the protocols and the procedures this year are different than any other due to the pandemic. So I say all of that to say that these may take some time to get used to or to get used to again for those students who attended in-person instruction earlier this school year. And so this week, I want to reiterate that we will begin communicating with our staff and our families to remind them of the changes in procedure that accompany in-person instruction this year. Temperature checks, health attestation forms, required face coverings at all times, social distancing, and a lot more. Our meal procedures will be different. Bus transportation will be different. The next 2 Mondays are exciting days for us and for our community. And I'm confident that we are prepared to continue our core business, which is educating students throughout Mecklenburg County, and to do so in person while taking all the necessary precautions to stay safe. Madam Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, I will recognize any board member who wishes to make a report. Ms. Shipp?
I just want to do a quick shout out. We were talking about substitutes and the importance of substitutes. And I just want to shout out to my community person, my neighbor, Mr. Graham, who started subbing back when K-5 first opened. He is still substituting and has learned how to do remote, virtual, and he's a retired military person. So he picked it up. He has not let it go. He said it's so important that we help our children. He works with the elementary groups, and he has done all levels all over this community. And he's so encouraged with what he's seeing, both with the remote and the in-person. He's done both. And I also have a retired friend that just started back. She just retired 6 months out, and she just came back in January to this to do, and she's doing remote, and she will do whatever is needed. So I wanted you to know that we do have, I've been talking to people and recruiting, and I just wanted to give a shout out to people who are really helping and really want to see us be able to do what's necessary, whether it's in person or remote. So I just wanted to share that and thank all the teachers and the staff and all you're doing to make sure we're going to have a cautiously optimistic, safe start, is that the words now, to open and not opening because we're open, but in-person learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. I hope, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, good. As a part of the National CTE Month, Olympic and one of its credentialed, celebrated alumni, Boeing's India Gregory, were featured on a When Teens Make Education and Career-Related Decisions podcast created by the Carolina Joint STEM Initiative and produced by the Queen City Robotics Alliance, but celebrating the importance of CTE and NAF career academies in the modern society. I just wanted to share that with you because we often don't hear how our CTE programs that we have in CMS, both the CMS CTE programs as well as our NAF CTE programs, are producing such great success in the lives of our students. And that's an example. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Sawyer. You're muted.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the incredible work that the staff, Principal Palmer and social worker Jeffrey Axton did at Albemarle Road Elementary School in supporting one of their families who suffered a tragic loss. That staff and community wrapped their arms around that family, coordinated efforts to provide relief and comfort and support. And I just want to acknowledge that our community, our CMS community of staff, do incredible work in some of the hardest times that any family or community must face. And I just want to acknowledge that. I would also like to remind us that, opening buildings is easy, keeping them open is hard. And it will require a community-wide effort, a staff-wide effort, and a student-wide effort to make it happen. I understand the fears faced by some staff and anxiety of some of our staff. Face it, we have, for as long as I can remember, asked teachers to make do, to bring in supplies, to ask parents to send in tissues. And now we're saying, trust us, we got you. And that's a heavy lift. We haven't always shown our educators, not just in CMS, not just in North Carolina, but across the country, that we truly value education and we put our money where our mouth is. And I hope that this represents a turning point in our commitment to education and a real understanding that it doesn't just happen, that we have to invest in it. We have to invest in healthy buildings. We have to invest in order to have adequate staffing. And so that's my hope for the future, that we take this as a point of inflection to reinvest in public education. Thank you.
Ms. Marshall.
Just want to also recognize that Montclair family had a loss as well, similar to the Albemarle Road situation. And I appreciate what that community has done to wrap their arms around a family. And we've had a lot of families that have had some real tragic things. And so there have been so many things that we've just not even been able to highlight that our students and our staff have done, again, gone the extra mile. So there does seem to be a narrative in some parts of town that I think is a bit unfair to staff. And I want to make sure that we respect each other. We frankly put our screens and our phones down for a while and just get back to the human aspect of where we all need to be and lifting our community's children up and our community's educators. And I think we're going to be doing that together as we go forward. So again, we have students in all sorts of situations here, whether they be remote, whether they be in person, whether they be thriving, whether they be suffering. So we all need to be focused on moving our students ahead, because that will move us all ahead. So I thank again for all the work that our staff has done to get us to this point and beyond. And like Ms. Sawyer said, this will be difficult. So we're going to have community buy-in. And often that is difficult to do, and particularly when we are all so tired of it. But we've just got to push forward right now. So thank you, board. Thank you, staff and community. Let's all be together. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll just share a quick message. A year ago, as we were diving into this pandemic, I spoke about the importance of being kind. I think I sensed perhaps what was coming to us. And I'm going to bring that up again tonight. It's so important for us to be kind to one another and to be respectful to one another, just as our student pledge leader spoke about a few hours ago at the beginning of this board meeting. And my colleagues have been on the receiving end of a lot of toxic rhetoric. And I'm okay with that, because I think that goes along with, that goes along with the privilege of serving. And we're used to it. We have pretty thick skin. But I don't like to see it. I'm really troubled by seeing that toxic rhetoric in our community. Just yesterday, there was somebody in front of a school teacher's house with a bullhorn and a yard sign yelling at this teacher because of having a different viewpoint. That's not okay. So I'm just going to reiterate my request to the community to be kind and to be respectful. And also, as we move back to in-person learning, which I think everyone agrees is so important, to be responsible. And with that, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Ms. Cheek, a second from Ms. Sawyer. All those in favor, please raise your hands and say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing no opposition, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Thank
Night.
you. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Night, Ruby.
Night. Thanks, Nicole, for pulling double duty tonight.
No
Hi,
problem.
Rhonda.
You did a great job, Nicole.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
We need to catch up. See ya.
I know, baby pictures.
I can't find my exit point.